Hey, it's Jeff Pulver, and thank you for joining us today at Jeff's Place. This is a special holiday edition of their show. It's going to run a little bit longer than it has in the past. It's also going to have some conversation and cheer, along with some beautiful music. And like to say thank everyone who's been joining us the last few weeks. It's been fun to host. Truly, it's a dream coming true for me, and just to be here, be present, and to enjoy the music that's being shared and the stories. It's just pretty magical. And I need to give a shout out to our sponsors. This is a commercial free music show, but I do have sponsors I want to recognize. The Color Purple. The Color Purple is sponsoring the show for certainly this show. We have, let's see, the numbers 1 and 8, which together bring life. And I'm very happy to report that for this week's show, the letters LOVE outbid the letters WTF. So once again, our show is powered by love. So there you go. We got Purple, 18, and love. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first guest, a dear close friend of mine, who's joining us from somewhere in Tel Aviv, Mel Rosenberg. Good evening to you, Mel. How are you doing?
Hey Jeff, doing great.
And for people I know
Happy
you.
Thanksgiving to all of the American friends here.
Thank you. And your Canadian Thanksgiving was a month ago, so happy Canadian Thanksgiving, a belated one. Uh, did you celebrate that in Tel Aviv?
No, we don't. We don't do Canadian Thanksgiving in Tel Aviv.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. And so, besides being a world-renowned microbiologist and professor and teacher, creator of creator of children's books and entrepreneur, how has music affected your life? What role has music played in your life, Mel?
Music is like, well, my late father-in-law used to say that music is the bread of the soul. So I would, when I came to Israel and I didn't have a piano, I would take two buses in order to go to friends who had a piano and just to be able to play a little bit and then go home.
And what were you playing when you first started playing?
I started playing classical music when I was 8 on the piano, and then I found out about jazz very late, maybe in my late teens or early 20s. Started to learn jazz, but was never really that good. But when I was 41, I began to play saxophone, and
And
then a
and,
few,
and
few years later, I began to sing.
so what? So you did the sax first, and then you sang after the sax.
Yeah.
And what brought you to the saxophone?
Well, I don't. I mean, the saxophone is really the greatest jazz instrument. Um, but I don't. I can't tell you why it took me so many years. I was at a party. There was a girl who had a saxophone. I said, "Can I try it?" And I played it, and it sounded like a shofar on Yom Kippur,
Okay.
but a sound came out. And I phoned my friend Chris McCullough in Toronto, who's a scientist and saxophone player. And I said, Chris, am I too old to learn saxophone? Jeff, next thing you know, he sent me a saxophone to Tel Aviv.
Really?
Yeah, so I had really no choice but to start learning. So
And
that's
how
the true
long?
story.
And are you still studying saxophone even now, or you just don't need to practice?
Well, I don't. So what happened is about a dozen years ago, I started. I fired my piano player,
Oh,
and jazz without a piano player. So rather than hire a piano player, I hired myself. So I took some lessons on how to accompany myself and sing at the same time, which isn't that easy. And then I began gigging with the piano. So I'm relatively competent now on piano. I'm not really a great jazz pianist. I want to enunciate that. I'm not a great jazz pianist.
we heard
Um,
you. Yes.
okay, good. But on Zoom you have to be careful. And but I managed to accompany myself.
Now, have you created any children's books about you learning saxophone and playing piano?
This is something I have not done. I am writing a children's book now about a great pianist, pianist who then went on to sing her own songs and become famous, but I'm not giving it away.
Okay, there are probably a few of those people who fall into that category. Is this person a friend of yours?
Jeff,
You can't
next
say.
question.
Fair enough. Okay, and so is there an era of jazz that you like the most?
I'm a sucker for old songs of romance, the more melancholy and romantic, and that's me.
I see, and just curious. So I now we know the jazz side of you, and what about the Beatles? What did the Beatles what have they done to your life? How has the Beatles music or presence changed you?
Um, well, I remember the first time I heard a Beatles album, and I remember where it was. And then, of course, the whole world saw the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show. And I think I was transformed. I don't know whether I told you this, but the next year I went to my piano teacher and I told her that I was not going to learn classical music anymore. I wanted to learn Beatles songs.
And what happened?
I learned Beatles songs.
To the dismay of your
And
teacher?
hmm?
Was your teacher upset with you? Was she dismayed by
Yeah,
your
she was upset, but she, it was because it sometimes when you threaten people, she either it was either bye bye Mel or bye bye Blackbird.
Oh, there you go. Ooh, well, bye bye birdie.
Yeah. Bye bye Blackbird.
I hear you. Wow. Wow. So
No one here can love or understand me. Oh, what hard luck stories they all hand me. Make my bed and light the light. I'll arrive late tonight. Blackbird, bye bye. But now in the Zoom, I had another challenge, Jeff.
what was your Zoom challenge?
Zoom challenge is to play the piano without looking at it.
Right.
And because you want to look at the audience, or at least pretend you're looking at the audience.
Fair enough.
And to do that, I had to learn to play in the dark.
And how's that going?
Ask me tomorrow. But no, but I can play a few songs without looking too much at the keyboard.
That's wonderful. Well, of course, it's your map to your music. So yeah, you trust your fingers and trust the placement, and it just feels right, right?
It's
Uh,
always good let's we're on the Zoom call, but I when it comes to playing piano, I can trust my fingers. Thank you.
hey, I'm not going to go there at all. But I will go. Before we go into the music, I just want to just touch one musical note. Could you share with somebody from the? Well, I'll just get to it. Donovan, what does Mellow Yellow in the songbook of Donovan mean to you?
Well, because I'm a child of the '60s, and I grew up on Donovan songs, and I learned to play some of his songs on guitar, and I dreamed of. No, I didn't even dream of meeting him someday.
And
Uh,
then, but then one day you met him.
yeah, you and I were at a conference, and there was this, and I didn't tell you this, Jeff, but a week earlier I had bought a vinyl record of Donovan's in Tel Aviv.
Really?
Yeah, and then I go to meet you in Munich, and we go to this DLD conference. Thank you, Yossi Vardi. And there's this weird hippie guy with a green guitar, and it turns out to be Donovan. I was too shy to go up to him, but you're not shy at all, so you dragged me, and we became friends, and we ended up singing together in a dark a restaurant in Munich. Me
Yeah,
and
but
Donovan, my
the but
my, my
the
hero.
but the in between was a lesson my dad taught me that if you don't ask, the answer is no. And
That's
that was
correct.
that you saw him there, but you didn't go up to him, and it took me to
That's
introduce
correct.
the two of you.
You went up to him, and then when we met him in the restaurant, my friend Itai Talgam, the conductor, said, "Mel, go up to the piano and play Mellow Yellow, and maybe Donovan will come sing."
And what
And
happened?
well, I said to Itai, I don't know how to play Mellow Yellow, and I still don't. And Donovan came and he said, "Guys, I'm sorry, I haven't brought my guitar." And Itai said, "It's okay. Mel will play on the piano and you'll sing." Next thing you know, I'm playing a song I don't know and Donovan's singing it.
And how'd that make you feel?
Elated, joyful, and tremendously untalented.
And but you see, you go from listening to his music to playing with him. Yet maybe did you ever imagine playing one song with Donovan?
No, like I said that like if an angel came to me when I was 18 and said, "Mel, live a good life and bump into Jeff Pulver, and you'll meet your childhood hero," I don't think I would have believed that angel.
And now, what type of advice would you give to yourself all those years ago?
Oh, be a good person and try to meet Jeff Pulver.
I wasn't going there. Oh my goodness, that's funny. And so
No, but
I know
listen, since I met you, so many wonderful, crazy things have happened to us.
we've had some good adventures.
Unbelievable.
And I do want to make mention of the fact that you do teach a course called Music of the '60s, and you teach variations of it. And I've had the pleasure of sitting in your class many a time, listening to the same. Sometimes somehow the timing is that the same class, the same actual class in your semester. Somehow I get to repeat that same class each year. I don't know how that happens. And just from your perspective, when you teach music of the '60s, what do you learn? What subtleties do you pick up on in between semesters?
Well, I now have a new course, which is the popular music from 1927 to 1980. And because that's a new course, I think about it more frequently. And that course is about why some songs persist and are famous even after 80 or 90 years. Okay? If I play you this song, stars shining bright above you, night breezes seem to whisper I love you, birds singing on the sycamore tree, dream a little dream of me, say nighty night and kiss me. You got me on a roll. Just hold me tight and tell me you'll miss me while I'm alone and blue as can be. Dream a little dream of me. Stars fading, but I linger on, dear, still craving your kiss. I'm longing to linger till dawn, dear, just saying this. Sweet dreams till sunbeams find you. Sweet dreams that leave all worries behind you. But in your dreams, whatever they be, dream a little dream of me. Dream a little dream of me. Dream a little dream of me. So we all know that song,
Yes.
but most people don't know when it was written. You've
Yeah.
been in my course, Jeff, so you know the song was written around 1932.
I was going to say 36, but I'll go with 32.
So what makes these songs, so loved over so many years?
By the way, if you have an answer, you can put it into the chat. We can check the chat. If you do have an answer to Mel, what makes these songs so loved after so many years? We'd like to hear from you. Please don't be shy. But continue, Mel.
Yeah, that's not the oldest popular song that I teach. The oldest popular song is probably this one, right? And that song is like 140 years old.
Wow.
House of the Rising Sun.
It's 140 years old. So it means it wasn't created or sung by Jim Morrison first.
No, not at all. And So, what makes these songs remain popular over the ages? And there's many different parameters that researchers have looked at. You know, the danceability and the beat, and is it similar to other things, but just a little bit different? Does it have a hook? The melody, the clever words. But there's one researcher who thinks that, I think his name is Henyon, who thinks that a good song has to tell a story.
Yeah. And
And songs that tell a story, I think that that's the most important parameter. Either they tell a story or they are a story.
and I'll tell you what, one of my favorite Beatles songs to cry by, which is an amazing story. And I still don't understand how you could be 20 something years old and write it, is She's Leaving Home.
Oh, yeah.
That is quite a story. Those lyrics quite heavy. And how do you write that song when you're 20s? I mean, how do you do that? How do you capture the feeling of being a parent and being separated and this and that and having life happen and then imagining what it's like when she leaves?
So that's a very good question. So I'm going to ask you another question. How do you write at the age of 16 the following song? Someday you'll look to see I've gone, but tomorrow may rain, so I'll follow the sun. So Paul McCartney wrote that when he was 16. If you can explain that to me, then I will explain how they wrote She's Leaving Home 10
You
years
know,
later.
easier songs like Yellow Submarine, or I get that, but no, I don't.
No, Jeff, this is the genius of the Beatles, particularly Paul McCartney and John Lennon.
Yeah.
Their ability to write amazing songs, and I can't believe it. You know, and my daughter now is teaching my grandchildren the Beatles songs.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel wonderful, and I didn't. It wasn't something that I instigated. And I said to her, why are you doing that? She says, well, Daddy, you know, the Beatles, they're the best band that ever was. And I didn't teach her that, Jeff. There's something about these songs that is immortal, really.
And it's, yeah, and for me it's, so it's sort of it's about the beat. For me it's about storytelling, and I use the Beatles as that mechanism. But it's certainly, folk music has traditionally always told stories. And I won't talk about Bob Dylan in your presence because I know how you feel about Mr. Dylan. But I know about, the some of his controversies. I think, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I do think the
Listen, I think Bob Dylan is a genius. I think that he stole a lot of his early material. But you have to be a genius to steal other people's material and get the whole world to believe that you did it. Um,
true.
but but Hey Mr. Tambourine Man, I think it's totally Bob Dylan's song. He didn't steal the words or the music. And if you write one song like that in your life, then you deserve to be on in some kind of pantheon.
I hear
So
you.
that's my thinking.
So in your popular music class, or your course about, how songs stay popular, is there an underlying theorem on the best stories, the best songs of different decades that will continue on?
We only look at songs that are at least 40 years old, because looking at newer songs, you really don't have the perspective. Are they going to last or not? But if you have a song that's lasted 40, 60, 80 years, it must have something that the others don't. So, it's a combo, really. Sometimes it has a very clever hook at the beginning, like this. Right?
Yeah, there are places
Uh,
I remember.
the Beatles have the best hooks at the beginning of songs. And sometimes it's a very clever line, some irony, some humor, something that you connect with. There's some magic in songwriting, and if there weren't, then everybody could write a song. I just, you reminded me of this song written in 1960 by an 18-year-old girl and her husband, um, which also is, you know what, Jeff? Um, on the 21st of November, how many days ago was that?
Not
Four
many.
days ago.
Yeah.
The song was released 60 years ago. Does anybody want to guess what song was released 60 years ago, 4 days ago, in 1960? I'll give you a hint. It became a number one hit for the Shirelles. Tonight you're mine completely. You give your heart so sweetly. Tonight the love is in your eye. But will you love me tomorrow? Oh, you got me on a roll.
Go ahead.
It's the lasting treasure, or just a moment treasure. Can I believe the magic of your sigh? But will you love me tomorrow? Tonight with words unspoken, you say that I'm the only one. But will my heart be broken when the night meets the morning sun? I like to know that your love is a love I can be sure of. So tell me, and I won't ask again. Will you love me tomorrow? But will you love me tomorrow? So what I just found out last week, she wrote this song with her partner, Goffin, and the whole world thinks that she wrote the words because this is a song written by a girl, right? We
Yeah.
used to love me tomorrow. Um, but actually, Jerry Goffin wrote the words and she wrote the music.
Really?
Yes, and I find that incredible that this 23-year-old guy could get into the mindset of a young woman and write these lyrics.
Wow.
Um, so I mean, what is the magic behind a song like that?
It's just, but I tell you, for me, it's what you're talking about is what will be known in the future as classical music. It just happens to be from that century. I think each century has its own set of classical music. It's not all Mozart and Beethoven. That you look at the music that transcends time, and that in the 20th century. So you're talking about the classical music of the 20th century, which happens to be different than the times of Beethoven and Bach, and but I think that classical music of all types is still classical music, and that when we talk about classical music, we almost need to think about the various genres of classical music, and
Yeah,
and
for
and
sure.
and in this case, classical songwriting.
Well, Jeff, the song is 60 years old, and
So it would count as an antique. If you ever go,
most young people know the song,
I
and
mean,
and
I
even
find that.
the Shirelles made it number one. Somebody wrote that it was the first number one song by an all black girls group. I don't know if that's the case, but certainly Carole King, when she sang it herself on Tapestry in 1971, it became a great hit. and the song really has legs.
Yes. No. So all right. So we're in your class, and you're. So what's the next song that you teach after that one?
Oh, after that one, that
Yeah.
is part of a lesson on amazing females,
Oh.
which I call the amazing females of the '60s.
So who's
Uh,
I can't I sat in that class that I so who are your amazing females? I will not say
oh,
anything.
oh, come on. Joni Mitchell, Joan Baez, Judy Collins, Janis Joplin. Everybody has a J, I think. They begin with a J. Um, and about 15 other Gracie, what's her name? From
Grace
Jefferson
Slick.
Airplane. Grace Slick. So many wonderful. Grace Slick. Um, she was a model. She was a very beautiful singer, and the same thing with Judy Collins.
I
And
met Judy. My uncle and I met Judy.
yeah, and back in the '60s, people tended to think that they were just good singers, but they were wonderful musicians.
Yeah.
And Grace Slick, she wrote the big hits of Jefferson Airplane. Incredible.
Wow. Well, Mel, I want to just say I appreciate your classes, and I get when I come to Tel Aviv in those days and you teaching, even though it may be the same class I sit in, I get different things out of it. But I also enjoy looking at your students, and it's generational at this point because we've been going to your class for a long time. And it doesn't seem to matter what decade we're in, what year we're in. The kids are the kids, and you have that band that shows up that your class creates its own band,
Yeah.
and it's just truly magical. So, um, wow. So are you listen? So these days, is there any musical genre that you're listening to more, or are you still focused on jazz and you're focused on where is your music mind these days?
Well, my music mind is in the new chorus. I'm really trying to, yeah, Diana Ross, yes, the Supremes are
Creams,
in the
yeah,
chorus.
yeah, of course.
Tina Turner didn't make it, you know. There's Aretha Franklin did, but Tina didn't. Cher,
Okay.
like when you're teaching a course, there's a personal element.
Yes.
Otherwise, there's so many. But Jeff, I'm now trying to figure out this secret of what makes these songs immortal.
Well, if it's a personal one, sometimes it's memory. Of a certain age, we have memories of songs, and as much as taste and smell bring back memories, music does tremendously, and it transcends time. And so
Yeah,
there's
let me give you a parting example.
okay.
This song is from 1934, and the chord changes have been used thousands of times, but people still know this song, right? Blue moon, you saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. So on that happy note, I'm going to leave you guys because
Well, thank you.
you have lots of people to interview.
Yes, yes, and thank you, Mel. And I will put a plug in for your show that you have on Facebook every day or daily.
Yeah, you've got Mel. And Jeff, I want to thank you because you have been a very important force in my life since I met you a dozen years ago. I miss you dearly. Can't wait to give you a huge hug next time we meet in anywhere,
Anywhere.
Israel, New York, uh, and go out for breakfast together. I want to thank you for everything you're doing for people. You're an incredible connector, and you deserve so much love and credit for everything you've done.
Oh, thank you, Mel. Much love to you, and thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Lauren, and
Harry. Thank you,
Harry,
guys.
and all the pulvers,
Thank you,
all the
Mel.
pulverizers.
Well, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for kicking off Jeff's Place. I'm grateful to have you today, really, and thanks for sharing the music. Um, I'm going to head over to the eastern part of Long Island to catch up with a friend and say good afternoon to Simon and say, hey, Simon, how you doing?
Hey Jeff, how are you, mate?
I'm doing all right. How's Montauk?
Montauk, today it's 55 and sunny. That could change on a dime. It's usually very windy. Yesterday it was so cold, but today it's nice. Yeah,
And how are you doing? You feeling all right? Things are good?
I feel a whole lot better since we've had a political change in the wind, shall we say?
I hear you.
Big relief, and I think without getting too into it, we've had a rough 4 years, and I think Mr. Biden and Madam Harris are going to do a great job. They got an uphill climb, but it's just a big relief all around for me and my family. And judging by the scenes in New York about 3 weeks ago,
On that Saturday, yeah.
on a Saturday night, we came in from Montauk to the city. Well, it was like all the World Series had come at once. Everyone was dancing in the streets. It was wonderful. So, yeah, I mean, and I've been pretty busy. I've never been more busy doing nothing.
Wow.
I don't know if that makes sense, but I've got a couple of shameless pieces of self-promotion. There's a website called Stage It.
I know the founder. He's a friend of mine.
Oh, well, I got a call from him recently. What I like to do solo shows.
And of course, yes.
Say again.
And of course, you would say yes.
I had to, yeah, because I really want to perform. I'm not only am I an out of work musician, but I'm a Leo. So I have to be in the spotlight. And we also have a book. Bad Company have a book out called Rock and Roll Fantasy after one of our songs, which chronicles the life of Free and Bad Company. And that's #1 on the music section of Amazon Books.
Wow.
It's very, very good. I'm not just saying that because
it's really, really good. No, but you wrote it. You co-wrote it.
Well, me and Paul, it's actually an oral history, which is, I always like oral histories. Hundreds of fans wrote in and donated their little pieces of when they heard us for the first time and so on and so forth. And it brings us right up to, the current day. And it's very, very good. Rock and Roll Fantasy, a lovely Christmas gift, I think.
Lauren, do you have links for that?
Yeah.
You make sure you put them in the chat. Wow. So how much time did you spend writing or capturing that history for the book?
Not much, actually. They sent, I like to do interviews now via email. I still do. I'm doing a lot of interviews for various things, and I asked them to send me the questions so it would give me more time to devote to the answers, that they deserve. Because sometimes, as you heard in the sound check half an hour ago, I suddenly had FedEx at the door. The electricians came. It was very rushed. So the bottom line is, me and Paul Rogers, we wrote our intros. And thanking everyone, and then we just spewed forth all these memories that came to us, and it was quite emotional for me to go back 52 years now since Free was formed, and I remembered an awful lot considering.
Yeah, well, do you have any thoughts about going back even before Free? Like, when did you realize that music was going to be most what you did? Like is it something when you were growing up you knew that music was going to be you, or like when did you become the music that you are?
I think it was a question of being a fish out of water, and I was I was a city kid. Me and my brothers, we'd been transplanted from London to a very remote part of England, right on the border of Wales. We had no electricity, we had no running water. It was really, we were like the Beverly Hillbillies. It was a question of me wanting to get out of there as soon as possible, because I did not want to be a farmer or go into the army, which were the two options for kids back in those days. So I heard a station called Radio Luxembourg, which was broadcast out of Luxembourg, right next to Brussels, this tiny little country. and it had this wonderful radio station. I had a little transistor radio with an earpiece, and I would listen to Tamla Motown, Stax, a lot of R&B, Marvin Gaye, instead of the usual dross that the BBC was churning out. And it sparked something in me, which became a real flame when we got our first TV. We moved, we got electricity, and we got our first TV. And I saw this program, a black and white program called All That Jazz, which featured big band, swing bands. And I was transfixed by the drummer. I absolutely loved it. And that's what sparked me about the age of 13 to start drumming.
And you have never stopped. And now you are certainly known as one of the prominent rock drummers there ever was. Do you ever hang out with other drummers and talk shop with them?
Well, it's funny you should say. In Montauk, there are two other drummers.
Really?
Chad Smith from the Chili Peppers, and Anton Fig, who is in the David Letterman band, Paul Schaefer's band.
Sure.
And I just spoke with Steve Jordan, who plays with many people. John Mayer, he's principal drummer with John Mayer's band. So I don't actually hang out, but we do talk. And of course, we talk drums. That's what drummers do. And you're a drummer when you're at a turn signal and you hear that, the turn signal, and you start so yeah.
Well, so you're doing a show. So it's Evan Lowenstein's platform is Stage It, and he and his brother Jared had a song, a pop hit, if you will, about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Called, I think, She's That Girl. I think. But anyway, so I met Evan in LA a long time ago, and right when he was launching this, it was back, I guess, 11 years ago, and it took a pandemic, but he created a beautiful platform for artists to come and perform and raise money for charity or raise money for themselves, depending upon life situations. And your show is in December, I think.
December the 18th, yeah, 4:00 Eastern Standard Time. I want to try and rope in some people in Europe. It's funny, I just had this email from a fan in Belarus. And they're having the most awful time with this dictator over there. And I sent her a pair of drumsticks, and she got them. And I don't want to sound big-headed, but if I were to give out everything that people ask me, I would be out of drumsticks. But I had to send her something because she was so gracious and so nice. So anyway, that's why my show's at 4:00, because I want Europe to try and come on board as well. And I'm looking forward to it. I love performing,
Well, we have a global audience. We have folks from sometimes from Hawaii, I didn't check, but from Maui to Jerusalem, we have 12 time zones that span us, and it's a wonderful way to catch up and to connect. And it's I've been enjoying creating this since the last time we spoke. I launched this music focused show, really to provide a stage. It was originally inspired for buskers who are outside looking for people to donate money to what they do, but with the COVID and the lockdown, not a lot of busking going on. And I even launched a platform called Grafton Street TV, inspired by Grafton Street in Dublin. And so we've been bringing on board a lot of young buskers. Some of them will be joining us in a little bit to perform. And it's kind of hard to play when you can't be outside so much. But
well, I tell you, the biggest success story of the buskers is Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
Only 6 or 7 years ago, was a busker in Boston. And 3 years ago, he played to three sellout shows at Wembley Stadium.
Really?
That's 80,000. That's 240,000 people.
Wow.
Just him and his guitar and some effects pedals. And so, there is hope for us.
But you are a veteran of arena rock. I mean, when I think of Bad Company, I think of arena rock. I don't think of a small place. I think of large stadiums, and that energy in the room that you create and co-create is just magical. So when you're doing your more personal, intimate performance, is it guitar and drums, or is it how?
It's the three primary instruments. You know, my solo shows are normally me playing guitar and then piano, and at the end, if I have a band, I'll play drums, and we'll do, you know, some All Right Now and a couple of Bad Company songs. But primarily, it's guitar and piano, and it sort of takes people by surprise that I do play guitar, which I've been playing as long as I've been playing drums.
Sure.
And piano I picked up about 10 years later. So yeah, it's more of an intimate thing. People love to see me play drums, and I've always stressed that I'm a field drummer. I'm not very technical. I can't do those 7/4 times and those, you know, those wonderful jazz drummers, you know, the Sting uses. I can't do that sort of stuff. I'm more of a feel, like Ringo. And Ringo said, I don't do fucking solo, you know, maybe 35 seconds, that's it. I know what he means. But I do like to play drums, and people like to see me play drums. But I also like to play guitar. I'm more expressive on guitar and piano.
Yeah,
Because you know, I can sing as well. And
yeah. Well, would you like to do a song or two?
yeah. Well, I wrote this. I was fiddling around with different tunings, and I know I'm going to do your songwriting class in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And one of my points was, if you get a little sort of if you run out of ideas with a guitar, try different tunings, or put a capo, you know, try different frets. So I was fiddling around in open E. And this was a few years ago. I have three daughters, and I had a row with one of them. She will remain nameless, even though she'll be pleased that I wrote a song about it. And we had a nasty row. And you know, as a father, most people out there who are parents, that when you have a row with your kids, it's the worst. It is really searingly horrible. And we didn't really speak for a while, and thank God we made up. But I wrote this song, and here it is. It's called The Waiting Game. My heart is beating so still, I cannot breathe underneath the skin, and I am unable to speak. It's been a week since she's been gone, and my hands hover over the keys, waiting to release words that will never be heard, and tears form in my eyes. There's no disguising that liquid pain, and no one will win this waiting game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And since she went away, there is no daylight, there is no sun, and I cannot rest, for deep in my chest beats an empty heart.
Wow, that was beautiful. That's truly beautiful. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you play that at your shows?
I will, yeah, yeah. It tends to resonate with parents.
Sure. No, I was,
Yeah.
yeah, I was during sound check, I was almost in tears. So
Well,
I, I f- I feel your words, and it resonates. And that's the one nice thing about platforms like this, where people can be from all over the world, but you have this intimate energy that is just felt, and it's really special stuff. So I will not, talk about 2020 and the fact that it's been challenging doing gigs and getting out. But if I could just fall back into your book for a moment, because I did not read it yet. But I will ask you, when your band was growing, at what stage in your band's life did you start doing the arenas? Like how did you realize that you're going to go from being small clubs to being such big places? Or like did you feel it the whole time through, or did it just happen to you?
what a great question. I have to say, Mr. Pulver, you are progressing in leaps and bounds with your questions and your, I don't want to be patronizing, far from it. I just want to compliment you
Thank
on your
you.
questions. That's a great question. Luckily enough, I have an answer, because when Free had been slogging around Europe for about 18, 20 months, we've been doing these small clubs, and we recorded All Right Now because we needed a song for people to dance to, plain
Sure.
and simple. And I got a call on my newly installed landline in my tiny flat in London one morning, and it was the secretary of Island Records, Denise. She was a great lady, and she said, "Well, I hope you're up." And it was about 10 o'clock, so I was just surfacing. I said, "Yeah, Denise, I'm up, but what do you want? What do you want?" She said, "Well, you better get into this studio quick, because All Right Now has gone from 83 to number 4."
Wow. Wow.
Talk
Wow.
about getting my attention. And I'm sending a car for you. Now, I knew that we were about to enter the big time when your record company sends a car for you.
Yes. Wow.
So that was when it all, wow. And yeah, I still get tingles thinking about it. When All Right Now hit, that was when we realized. And then we started getting these screaming crowds, a little bit like the Beatles, but on a much smaller scale, where people would rush the stage. They wanted a piece of you.
It's almost scary.
It was scary. Coming and going to concerts was really quite scary. We were in a place in northern England where the whole balcony, it was an old converted cinema. The balcony was starting to move up and down because the kids were jumping up and down. So yeah, that's when we realized, and that was 1970, 50 years ago.
Wow. And so back then when you were, going through that growing phase, I guess you had, if you were making a movie about that era of your life, it's based on where you were. I imagine you crossed paths with many a musician. Are there any people that you met that stand out in your mind as people that were the way you thought they would be, or they left a pot, like something? I'm just curious about if we were casting a movie and we're trying to do a couple of scenes, who's in the background as you're in the foreground?
Well, I tell you who's been a constant all those years was Ronnie Wood. And
Ah.
I've known Ronnie, and we went on tour with the Faces,
Oh, wow.
Free and Rod Stewart and the Faces.
Sure.
Wonderful double bill. And they were so nice to us. They said, "Oh, we have, Fire and Water," which is what All Right Now is from. "We have Fire and Water on cassette, and we play it on our tour bus all the time." And I became very friendly with Ronnie. And through Ronnie, I met Eric Clapton, I met Keith Richards. And, swallowing my astonishment, because these were, iconic figures to me. Eric was so down to earth, newly sober, and Keith was Keith. Keith was, you had to be careful around him. But when he was in a good mood, he was one of the most engaging people I ever met. But I would have to say Rod Stewart and the Faces were the first, big band, that I met. And I've been a friend with Ronnie ever since. And one of the most down-to-earth, lovable people, even when he was out of his brain. which thank God is many years ago. He's sober now a long time. I've loved Ronnie ever since. So yeah.
And so, you know, how do you, you know, I know it's a long time ago, but it's bringing it to the present. But you know, when you're so busy, see, I find that I get very creative, not when I have quiet, but when I have noise. That when I think of a new company, I think of a new idea, I need to have so much going on, almost chaos, in order to create.
Well, it's
And
funny you should say that, because Eric, I've just scored my first little movie and I really
oh,
enjoyed it.
congratulations.
Thank you. I really loved it. And I was reading an article about Eric Clapton, who scored this movie Rush many years ago. It was about drug addiction. And he scored it obviously playing guitar. And he said he could only work when there was chaos in the studio. When people were coming in and out, you know, and lighting cigarettes and, yeah, I'll see you later. That's not me. No, I have
Need
to
quiet.
B&Q. I got to have peace and quiet. Yeah, that's just the way I work. Because basically I'm just a conduit for things to come through. If I pick up a guitar, or I sit at the piano, or I sit at the kit, I'm really just waiting for things to come through. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Do you ever wake up in the middle of the night with a tune that you have to write down to capture, or you know, like where it comes to you where you don't expect it?
No.
Or, so just when you're just awake, you're in, because I have dreams,
Yeah.
and I mean, for me, the showers are actually the most enlightening part of my day. I just feel so creative, and things hit me when I'm in the shower, and I get inspired to do things. And some of the best business ventures I ever did came out of
Wow.
the shower.
Wow.
I don't always remember them, even though it's just, you know, a few minutes in and out. But I get it. Something. It's like I don't know. I don't know if this is even all true, but I read like 5% of the people get ideas in the shower. But for me, getting to that creative flow and capturing it is just a magical thing to have. And
It is.
I can't do it on demand, but when you're in flow, it's really special. So for you, do you now collaborate with others remotely? I mean, are you co-creating music in different locations with other artists, or is most of your song creation just by you?
Two-part question, two-part answer. Yes, I do collaborate with people, and thank God for Zoom. It's been a real lifesaver. And I'm collaborating with a songwriter in New York City and a couple of people in Nashville, Mark Barnowski and Gary Burr, wonderful writers. But I do a lot of stuff on my own. I prefer to collaborate, I have to say, because sometimes it's very hard to sit at the keyboard of the guitar and come out with something new. That being said, I have been fairly successful in the last year to do that. But if someone presents me with a piece of lyric or some chord progressions, and you know, I'm able to say now at my advanced stage in life, you know, try a C minor there or an A flat, because it's not, I think it would be better that way. So, you know, I'm a bit of a chameleon. I'm a bit like Zelig, you know, Woody Allen Zelig.
No, I hear you.
You know, I love helping people. I love teaching.
I'm really grateful for those people who are listening and watching. I recently announced a new initiative called Pulver Redo, or Pulver EDU, and it's a platform for passionate people to teach inspired learners. And I'm really grateful that Simon has come forth as a teacher to teach songwriting. I'm looking forward. It's truly amazing. There's some people here today that have also come forward to teach. And I kind of think that we're living in this special era that we have a truly global community school where, as long as you have broadband access to the internet, anywhere in the world, people can connect. They can teach. They could listen. They could collaborate and really just bring people together. Being that you are the Zelig, do you ever look at your old music and get re-inspired by the words that were captured then?
Yeah. I mean, I put you know, one of the different things about what I'm going to be doing on stage is that I'm asking people what they would like to hear, actually asking for requests. And we've had so many people on Facebook saying, oh, can you play this? Can you play that? So I've had to go back and listen to stuff, you know, from the early 70s. And some of the stuff was really good. I don't denigrate anything that I did in the past, because it was done with love. It was done with wide-eyed enthusiasm. And it's just as good as some of the stuff that I'm doing now, you know, at the tender age of 71. It's just as valid what I was doing at 20 that I'm doing now. And I remember once again, Mr. Clapton saying that nothing that he did when he was drinking or drugging meant anything to him now that he was sober. Well, that's, you know, that's certainly his opinion and he's entitled to it. But, you know, when I was drinking and drugging, and it's common knowledge that I'm in recovery, I still performed well in the studio, maybe not necessarily live, a little bit fuzzy around the edges, but certainly when what I wrote was just as valid as what I write now. So.
No, and I hear you, and there's, you know, there's actually a common theme. Some of the people on the show today are all in different stages of recovery, and my friend who's joining us afterwards is a doctor. I grew up with my friend David Seitz, who's a next guest, and he is I know him as a friend, but he is a doctor for dealing with addiction, and he had a I guess he still has a recording studio. But when I met him, well, the last time I saw him, actually after he went to University of Pennsylvania, he was interning at RCA Records, and he was recording just for fun people like Suzanne Vega, and getting into doing music. And anyway, so then I learned that he's been helping many people deal with addiction, and I had no idea. I just wanted to reach out and say hello to him, and I had no idea of his deep connections to music. But it was him that pulled me out of Great Neck when I was 16 or so, when we went to Huntington, and we went to this concert with Harry Chapin and Steve Goodman and Pete Seeger. And I had no idea at the time that my sister Lauren was a big Harry Chapin fan. I had no idea how much folk music meant to me. But it's these things about music that you bring people together, and for me, it's a music. It's a history of the generations. It's like, if you look at the lyrics that you captured in the 70s and you're writing today, you're really writing to the future as much as you are to the past. And really, it's a digital. It's analog breadcrumbs and becoming digital breadcrumbs. And I think that's one of the magical things about the tapestry of music, how generations talk to generations. And then when
it's the one and only international language, and it transcends all generations. You know, my mum, before she passed away, would, you know, she'd weep at some of the songs that I'd written, and she was, you know, she was born in the 20s. I listened to some of Mozart's music that he wrote in the 1700s. And it's beautiful. I mean, it's just, and then I look at YouTube and some of the new up and coming names, you know, and I'm thinking, wow, these kids have really got it. They've got it. So music is just, God was in a good mood when he created music. My God.
I hear you. Well, I'm grateful to know you. And
Me too, Jeff.
Thank you for being with us today. I wish you and your entire family there a very happy Thanksgiving, and I look forward to seeing you again. And but I really thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing your wisdom and your music and your words. I really thank you. And Lauren, make sure we put in the chat the show on Stage It, please.
Yes.
And a link to Amazon for his book.
And thank you, Lauren and Harry, and Jeff. Thank you very much. Mel kind of took away my thunder half an hour ago.
Oh, I know.
He thanked you for all that you've done, and these wonderful podcasts and these platforms that you're providing for people and songwriters and musicians. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
I'll see you soon. Okay. Yes, Simon. Thank you. Thanks so much.
God bless.
God bless you. All right, I'm going to head over to, I guess, New York City, or wherever my friend David is hanging out in, and say, hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Do you hear me?
I hear you fine. Yeah.
All right, great. Yeah, I'm fine. That was really, I wish I could have come on earlier. I had another meeting. But anyway, it's inspiring to see musicians that have, been around and made it through all sorts of trials and tribulations to get to a good place. I mean, it seems like your last guest was is in a really good place, which is nice to see, after, quite a career, right? With Bad Company and
Free and
Free and
it's music that we listen to, and all of a sudden I'm talking to the people who creating that music. It's kind of surreal, David.
Yeah, no, it really is. And it's great to sort of get the personality, actually see what the real person is like. Cause obviously on stage it's a persona, and and a persona, certain people's personas, like you mentioned Harry Chapin. I mean, honestly, Harry Chapin on stage and off stage were kind of the same person. I think that's kind of what made him so endearing. And then, on the other end of it, you've got like a band like Kiss or something like that, where, they just become completely different people when they get on stage. So, it's.
Did you find that with people coming into the studio, the artists that you knew recording their songs, if you saw them at a show, were they even recognizable, or did they shift at all?
I think it's so variable. I think that certain people who are particularly shy as people, to get on stage, it becomes a little bit of an act. And not that that's a bad thing, but it's like they really have to push themselves to get up on that stage. So, I think you had mentioned Suzanne Vega. She's generally a pretty shy person, really introspective, very, certainly friendly, but I wouldn't say outgoing in the way that, like, she's going to just be super gregarious, on the other hand, when she gets on stage, she's sort of got down her act, and it's, she brings you into her world. And, I think that can be really effective. But I also think the Harry Chapin, just sort of, hey, I'm one of you, can also be really effective,
And maybe even more so. I should have done a proper introduction and said that you're an amazing person, that you are a doctor, and you work with musicians, you were a recording engineer. I don't know, but you love music, and it seems to have had a positive impact on you. And I thank you for all the people who you work with to help them with their addictions, to get through times. I imagine 2020 has been not a good time for some people, and it's been a hard time. I thank you for that. I'm serious. I only realized like a couple of weeks ago how special that poster was that Harry Chapin and Steve Goodman and Pete Seeger signed. That it was hanging on in our basement for the longest time. I guess for people who don't know part of your journey, would like to embarrass you a little bit and talk about some of the people that you recorded in your studio, and somehow you ended up in the jam band space, and then how you ended up dedicating your time to helping people deal with addiction. So
sure. Shoot. I'll try to answer.
So everyone wants a recording studio, and I remember one of the memories I have is you were playing with the advanced digital recordings back then, the early DATs, when right when you were working with Suzanne Vega. How did you actually make that transition from being an intern at RCA to opening a studio?
It was kind of interesting. So at RCA, I was a young kid, really. I mean, I was 19, I think, when I started there. So during the day, it was kind of run kind of very much like an office. It was just like, the session is from 3 to 8, and you're working with, whoever it is you're working with, and it's, but then in the evenings, it got much looser. And sometimes even, there'd be a room available And I could just bring people in there for free. Nobody would say anything.
Really?
And yeah. And, you know, so I kind of, you know, it was good for the bands or the artists. And, you know, I guess at the same time, I was also like a young person. So I started hanging around Greenwich Village and went down to this club called the Speakeasy, which was sort of around the corner from this club, Folk City. So Folk City was like, you know, where the real folk singers played. You know, you would, you know, come see, you know, your Tom Paxtons or, you know, people who could draw, you know, solid 150 plus people. But then around the corner, there was this place called the Speakeasy, which is where sort of this burgeoning songwriters movement, which largely surrounded this artist named Jack Hardy. And they all hung out at the Speakeasy. And then this other little place called the Cornelia Street Cafe, which unfortunately closed last year. Speakeasy closed many years ago. And so, you know, I started hanging out at the Speakeasy there, and this Jack Hardy came up with this idea. He's like, listen, you know, obviously none of the artists here are going to get signed by major labels. And he was somewhat wrong on that, but at the time it did feel like that was probably true. He's like, let's record a bunch of artists, so we'll put it out on this thing called the Coop. He called it the Coop. I don't know. I called it the Co-op, but either way, I think, yeah, since it was his, I should go by his term. So anyway, it was called the Coop, and on those first couple records, you know, were some people, you know, like Suzanne Vega, Sean Colvin. Those are people who, you know, eventually signed to major labels. And then there were other people who you didn't hear about, like Jack Hardy, Richard Meyer, Judy Wyman, who I know had actually shown up here as a
yes.
Yeah.
Judy's now a friend.
Yeah. So, you know, all these people were on these records, and they were sent out to radio stations around the country, mostly college stations, and sort of this whole little songwriter movement, you know, started to grow a bit. And then there was a connection that happened between, because of these records, between New York and Texas, and something called the Kerrville Music Festival, which still exists. And a guy named Rod Kennedy, and he started having these songwriting competitions, and, you know, it just sort of grew fairly organically. So at that time, you know, originally, I think the first record was done by a guy named Mark Dan, who's still around as a producer, excellent producer up in Woodstock, New York. And I think it was done on a 4-track cassette machine, if I remember.
Wow. Wow.
And then, you know, and then moved up from there. He ended up getting an 8-track machine. And eventually I ended up getting an 8-track machine. Then I got really lucky. I befriended a guy at a company called Studer, which made great tape machines. And he told me that that Paul McCartney's old tape machine was sitting in the basement at, I guess it was Sony Studios, and nobody wanted it.
Oh.
Thank you. And so I was like, sure, yeah, I'll take that. And then he, you know, maintaining that thing was like, you know, it was like maintaining an old Fiat. You know, it's just like something would break every day. but it was, you know, it was great. I mean, it was, you know, and it, as I said, it just all happened very organically. And I moved that into my parents' house in Great Neck, and basically took over their second floor, and that was the recording studio.
And then and the artists came to you organically?
Well, I mean, so, you know, one thing leads to another, and one artist led to another, and I met, you know, so Suzanne, I guess because of I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, those records, those early records made it up to Boston, and then at that point we started looking around, like, could we make records in other cities? Were there other scenes going on? And Boston had a good scene, so we made a record up there, and that included Tracy Chapman, who at that time I think maybe she was still at Tufts University, I think.
Fast Car, did she record
no, she did For My Lover, actually, for that record, but it was it was just so clear that this was a star.
Sure.
Wow. And then we did a record up in Toronto, which included people like Lorena McKinnett, and it was a really good record. And by the way, all these records are Jack Hardy was kind of the leader of the pack here, but someone who helped him out and actually ended up taking it over was a guy named Richard Meyer, who unfortunately passed away. But before he died, he was able to resurrect all the recordings, preserve them, and then finally we as a board, a board of directors, we gave the whole thing to the to the Smithsonian.
Wow.
And they've released all of the records, and you can get it all on Spotify, and it's a part of history. I was
recorded part of history. And so were you running the place? Were you recording or mixing, or what were you doing there?
I was recording, choosing some artists. We weren't, it wasn't a very hierarchical system, which I think was good. I suppose Jack Hardy, if anybody, and Richard Meyer would have been that top of the hierarchy, but it was really it was kind of like a co-op. We all kind of helped, and the mission was to get this music out there. I guess this kind of songwriting was in a way a reaction to some of the more vacuous pop lyrics that were happening, and
so this is the 80s into the 90s.
Yeah, so it was sort of the end of disco, and
hopefully
so this songwriter scene kind of grew up in a way, I guess, at a similar time that the grunge scene was growing up, which in a way was sort of doing a lot of the same. Also was really trying to make a different statement.
No, I hear you. Actually, I never thought of that. I agree with you. So I'm just curious. So how do you end up almost recording Jeff Buckley? Like, how does that happen?
Well, so Jeff used to hang out in the Village. He used to play at a tiny little place called Cafe Chenet, which was, literally the place had like 8 tables in the East Village.
Really?
And it was when the East Village, like, I had an old car, and I'd park it there, and you'd come back and the windows were gone, and
whoa,
the headlights or whatever. But yeah, it was an interesting time in the East Village. But he used to play there, and I used to go see him, and eventually he got signed and made an amazing first record, the song Hallelujah.
Which is rendition of it
it is the rendition, I think. So many people have done it, and it's an unbelievable song. I do not take anything away from Leonard Cohen, his own performance, but Jeff took it to another place.
Absolutely.
So after that record, he was going to make another record, and knew I had a studio. At that time it was on 26th Street, and came to record the demos for that record, which we did. And, then he left to go to Nashville on his own, by driving, and unfortunately ended up not making it. you know, he had a bit of an alcohol problem, and between alcohol and drugs and riptides, he ended up drowning, you know. So, you know, and it was very, you know, and that led to its own little, you know, so I had the recordings, of course, that we had done as a demo. And honestly, I didn't really know what to do. Of course, literally the day after he died, I get a call from somebody at Sony who wants the tapes.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't really know how to, if I recall, I think I ended up getting it to his mother, because, you know, Jeff was kind of a perfectionist when it came to, you know, like it wasn't it had to be perfect, but it had to speak to him, and certainly it spoke to a lot of other people, you know, with the few recordings that we have. You know, I honestly, we had never discussed since then, to be honest. I've discussed with almost every artist, if you happen to not, you know, something happens, what happens? What am I doing with this recording? You know, what am I doing with these? And you'd be surprised at the responses you get, you know, but Jeff and I never had that discussion. And, you know, eventually they did come out. And it was, I think it was important that it was understood that this was not a finished work, and it came out under the title of Sketches, which I think is appropriate, you know, because that's what they were.
I hear you. Wow. But having to do that and the pressure, it's so is that what prompted you to focusing your medical talents on helping people? Was that the trigger for you?
Well, it was one. So it was a confluence of a few things at the same time. So, so just after that Jeff Buckley recording, my recording studio partners and I, we had an opportunity, a guy basically who worked mostly in construction, but was also a musician, brought to our attention this big old theater on the Lower East Side. I mean, it was huge, 8,000 square feet theater. And it literally hadn't been used in, I don't know, 30 or 40 years. It was an old Jewish vaudeville theater called the Clinton Star Theater, because it was sort of it went a whole block between Clinton Street and Attorney Street.
Wow.
Yeah, it was quite a space. And we walked in, and it was a disaster. I mean, I remember walking in with the construction partner, and I was like, "Oh wow, look at this curtain." And he's like, "Don't touch that." I was like, "Okay, I won't touch it. Why?" And he's like, "Because it's asbestos."
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
And so like he had to get all this remediation. Like the way they removed that curtain to drop it into this bag. I mean, it was, you know, anyway. But that space was this big, huge, you know, this huge space, and we set up a recording studio in there, and you know, it immediately appealed to bands that play live, because it was just big, and the walls were you know, so not to get too much into acoustics, but the walls were stone, and they had it's just an amazing sound. Nothing sounds like stone, you know, compare it.
So inside, so you're recording. Wow.
It's like in a cavern, you know,
I get it. Yeah.
And you know, you definitely had to use some techniques to not get too much of that cavern, but it was really magical, because so much recording nowadays, you know, is in rooms with sheetrock walls, and basically the reverb is added afterwards. And
no, this is all natural. This is beautiful.
And this was, yeah. So, you know, it attracted a lot of, you know, jam bands like Fish and Moe and Guster. But the one that led me into the field of addiction was a band called Government Mule. And Government Mule was formed by there's many people in it, but Warren Haynes, who was in the Allman Brothers band, and Woody. So those were kind of the two principal, Alan Woody, two principals in the band. And the first day of recording, Alan Woody didn't show up, and basically we found out that he had overdosed in his hotel room. I mean, the funny thing is, we were all, of course, stunned. I left that day thinking, that was the end of that project, maybe the end of the band. But I mean, I think that Warren took his grief and he turned it into maybe Government Mule's best album, which is called The Deep End.
Wow.
And he actually wrote that song for Alan Woody. And it's, but at that point, it just became, between Jeff Buckley, Alan Woody, so many artists who had, drug problems, James Taylor, the Grammy Foundation, actually, it came to me and basically said, what can you do? What can we do to help you? And what can you do to help artists? And, at that time, I looked into it, and addiction medicine was just coming into its own as a field. So I kind of morphed my medical practice. I had a part-time practice because I was doing music half the time. And I kind of morphed it into an addiction medicine practice, and then, kind of learned on the fly. It was kind of as Harry Chapin used to say, earn while you learn. So
you earned while you learned.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was that's how I ended up, and I learned about a lot of the, the connection between, it's not as strange it's not a coincidental connection between addiction and creativity. It's, that's a whole other,
I hear you. Yeah.
thing one could have a discussion about, but certainly to be an artist is making yourself vulnerable in a way that's,
of course, no, it's hard. Well, I'll continue this thread in a moment, assuming I have time, but I do want to ask you, so how do you, growing up in Great Neck, end up hanging out with Pete Seeger and working with Bruce Springsteen on an album? How exactly did that happen?
I mean, completely unscripted. I'd like to say, well, point A led to point B. I think if there's, I try to attend as many of your interviews as possible here. And if there's one theme, it seems to be, is that very few times do people, do people say that it was a scripted thing. It's like one
life is
one
unscripted,
thing,
right?
What was the guest you had last week where he was, he ended up playing with like Paul McCartney, and how that,
Brian Ray, yeah,
Brian Ray, and how that happened. I mean, you could never have planned that out.
Right.
So I mean, I can now look back on it and say, oh yeah, that sort of made sense. But
did you actually, were you friends with Pete Seeger, or were you friends with Bruce Springsteen at the time when that happened?
So I had met Pete, mostly through Harry. Well, actually, so evidently I'd met Pete when I was 3 years old, because he was my first concert my parents took me to in Provincetown, Massachusetts.
Of course it was.
But I don't remember that. But actually, it was a fellow named Jim Musselman who owned a company called Appleseed Recordings. He's very socially active and really, was really good friends with Pete and really bonded with Pete on a lot of Pete's social activities, socially conscious activities. And I say socially conscious activities rather than politics, because actually, although Pete, I think it's wrong to just say he was like a political folk singer. He was a socially conscious folk singer, and sometimes people drew him into politics, but that wasn't.
Sure.
that wasn't really his thing. But anyway, Jim had this record company, Appleseed Recordings, and I had met him. I think through the Folk Alliance, a lot of the folk singers I was recording, and so he utilized me to record first with Pete Seeger and Arlo Guthrie together.
Oh wow!
And then and then came this opportunity where, Bruce Springsteen had really gotten into the work of Pete Seeger, and he did an album of Pete Seeger songs, and he wanted to pay Pete a lot of money, and Pete was like, "No, I'm not going to accept it." Finally, they agreed. I think, if I recall, Bruce gave the Clearwater Foundation, which is cleaning up the Hudson. I think he gave him like $1 million or something, but Pete wouldn't accept anything. But but then Pete wanted to sort of pay it back in a way. So Pete wanted to record his version of Tom Joad, which is sort of loosely based on Pete, actually. But at that point he was over 90 or just about 90, and his voice wasn't that great. So he sort of did a spoken word rendition of it. And then I sent it to Bruce, and then he had me, he recorded the vocal, and we were sending things back and forth. And actually, this was pre being able to send files all over the country. So I literally took the tracks, I took it down to Texas. This guy, Dave Hamburger, did a dobro part. I took it, Fish had introduced me to a percussionist up in Woodstock who is really great. I took it to him so it went all over the country. And then, finally it came out as this duet with Pete Seeger and Bruce Springsteen. So.
Wow. Amazing. Wow. And were you, do you have any recording credits on that album?
Well, I guess just, for that recording that goes to Tom Joad, I guess
but you have the recording memories though, which are sometimes more important.
Yeah. I mean, I think credit, unfortunately, I think first with CDs, because they were so small compared to vinyl, and now with file sharing, credits really, unfortunately, get lost. It's kind of a shame because there's some amazing session musicians out there who have played on so many records. Well, you've actually interviewed a few of them.
Yes. More. And I have a much greater appreciation for session musicians now than ever before.
They're key.
Yeah. Well, I'll rely on your help, and maybe together you and I can interview some of your friends.
Sure.
Who you recorded maybe on the jam bands and stuff. I am grateful, David. It's Thanksgiving's coming up, and one of the things I'm grateful for 2020 is for saying hello to you again. I never knew that 40 years sounded so clear, and I'm grateful to be a friend, and I appreciate your storytelling, and I just love how our lives are interconnected with music, both in the physical realm and in the realm that are the ties that bind. Thank you. And are you right now? I guess as a doctor, you're actively dealing with addiction.
Right. So yeah, I do run in a couple addiction treatment programs. Inpatient programs. Plus, I do outpatient detoxes. I also try to help other doctors around the country who are just sort of getting into the field. In New York, it wasn't so hard for me to find mentors because, at both Cornell and Beth Israel, Mount Sinai, there's some good, really good people. A guy named Ed Salsitz, a bunch of people who taught me so much. But of course, in the middle of the country and some of the smaller towns, they're having horrible problems with addiction, but they've got nobody to treat it. So, you know, I really love so many of these patients. And again, this could be a discussion at a later time, but, you know, so many of these patients have amazing stories. They're artists. They're some of the most creative people you'll ever meet. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of them, their stories are cut short by this, you know, by this addiction. So.
Well, I thank you on behalf of everyone who loves music for the work that you do and helping people deal with it and address it. And thank you for mentoring the doctors that need help in getting started in their addiction practices. And really, thank you for being a friend. And I don't know, I can go on and on, but David, thank you.
I can say the same, but Jeff, somebody needs to you know, it's funny, if you look up Jeff on LinkedIn or one of those, you know, Jeff has had quite an amazing career. He doesn't really talk about it. So someone's got to interview you sometime.
Otherwise I could talk to myself and ask.
There you go.
But we won't go there. But David, thank you so much. And thanks for hanging out with us. I'm grateful, really. Really, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
I am going to head over to the other side of the pond to a friend of mine, to Rosie Stamp. And I'll call this segment Growing Up Rosie. Hi, darling. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not bad. Hi, everybody.
Nice to see you. So you're in London town, are you?
I'm in London. We've just had a sort of a Thanksgiving dinner almost. I just cooked a full roast and it was very Thanksgiving-esque. And
wow.
My youngest, who I think is popping in right now. No, Gracie. She was saying, enough talk of this, let's say what we're thankful for, and she just did that spontaneously. It was very sweet. So
that is very nice.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to properly introduce you. I'll say you're a friend. So this is I should say this is Jeff's Place, and I want to give a shout out to this week's sponsors, because I should do that every once in a while. So this week our sponsor is the Color Purple. The numbers 1 and 8, which together bring life. And for another week running, the letters LOVE have outbid WTNF. So we're sponsored by love, and so that's how we're starting off. And so people may not know you, but you are somebody who, you know, if they did not know you, they might think that you grew up as rock and roll royalty, which you did, but not necessarily in the way that people would think of it, because your dad. He was Jimi Hendricks' manager, and perhaps people may know of this other band that your dad and his friend were famous for discovering and co-managing for a long time, known as The Who. And you, literally being a child of the 60s, have, you know, I call it growing up rosy, but not everything was so rosy. Although I hope and believe things are better now. But what was it like being at home with your mom and your dad and dealing with these, literally living with living rock legends, although they at that time were just people too? How crazy was that?
It was pretty crazy. I mean, you know, we laughed earlier when we were talking about that, and you said growing up Rosie, and I said, yeah, but there were plenty of thorns, you know.
No, but that would be a great podcast /book/show.
Look, let's do it. You know, let's do it. It's, you know, it was interesting because that was the early dichotomy. You know, listening to your David just briefly. I wasn't here for all of it, but you know, the big dichotomy for me was I was living a life that, you know, when you're a kid, you have no idea of what wealth or status or power or fame is about. You know, you're just living your experience, and my experience of life growing up was that there were no responsible adults anywhere. You know, they were all high, drunk, absent, psychotic. LSD induced psychosis in my mother led to very early abandonment. You know, one of my dad's ex-girlfriends said that when I was 4, she said, Rosie, you should have seen yourself at 4. You know, you were running the entire house.
Wow.
You know, like there was that sense of like, I was immediately self-sufficient because there weren't any
adults,
insert very rude word, MFs, doing anything responsible regarding parenting of any kind. And so I'm in a very balanced and resolved place around that now, you know, decades and decades of my own sobriety and therapy and, you know, healing work in. But the issue for me at the time is that other kids and peers of mine would say, oh, I wish I was you. How cool to be you. You know, your uncle's in Superman, your dad's done this, you know, your mum's in a Beatles song, you know. And I was like, what is wrong with me that my experience is intrinsically dark? You know, there must be something wrong with me that I'm not experiencing this as cool.
But you might have well been the most sane, level-headed person there was, but yet you're dealing with all this pain. And how?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you cope with that? I mean, and how? I mean, it's really hard. It's
Yeah. I mean, it's you cope with it by surviving first. You know, all those adult child skills that anyone in recovery language might know. You know, you just I survived by reading books, doing well in school, you know, fantasy life, you know, all of that. Those were my coping mechanisms. And then, you know, very quickly followed by my own drug and alcohol issues. You know, I started drinking at 11. You know, I was being handed joints at 7. You know, I mean, you know, it was like that was the lunacy of it, you know.
Wow.
And so yeah, you know, I coped with it through addiction. That was how I coped with it. You know, ultimately, I was abused sexually by one of the guys in a smaller band at the age of 4. You know, I mean, it's not, I don't want to get dark, but it, you know, the underbelly of that world, the 70s were not known for their kind of parenting skills. You know, so many of my friends.
And when you were 15, you were packed up and you were sent to Colombia, right?
Yeah, 15, exactly. My first au pair job was for Andrew, who I spoke to yesterday. Anyway, you know,
for those who don't know, Andrew was the the manager and the producer of the Rolling Stones at that point.
Yeah. So, you know, it's I've come to a deep reverential spiritual belief that each soul chooses its own path. I believe very strongly that I chose my parents and I chose that life, and that early contrast and that early difficulty has led me into a kind of a trajectory of inner work that I wouldn't have had otherwise. You know, it's led me on a path of shamanism and soul journeying and understanding, you know, that pain and suffering and adversity can be a crucible and an alchemical tool in that way. You know? And
I'm just curious, but if you had a chance to write a letter to yourself when you were and hit you, like, you know, that it hit you, that you read it at 9 years old from future you, from now, do you think at that age you would take yourself seriously and take notice of the wisdom that you wanted to share to yourself? Do you feel like you had to experience what you experienced in order to have the wisdom that you got, or would you have been able to hear your own voice and change your path based on your own words?
That's an interesting question, because I do believe that, you know, given the option, you know, if any of us could choose and walk another's path or choose a different path, that we would all inevitably come back to the one that we have walked already. And I can remember being in the front room. You know, we had a gigantic house at that time in Kensington. You know, my dad still had tons of money before his heroin addiction, before being fired by The Who because of his addiction. You know, David was talking about, you know, artists, you know, having their journeys cut short as a result of those demons, you know. And I can remember standing there, and I didn't have the word God, but I had this sense of a divine presence that loved me, and that there was an understanding that there would be a day where all of this would make sense. And I believe that was in me from day one, you know.
Were you able to deal with your addiction? Did you deal with your addiction before your parents dealt with their addiction?
No, that was my dad's real gift. That was his real legacy, because, you know, there wasn't any money left by the time I was old enough to benefit from it. You know, I waitressed every weekend at college, you know, to pay for it all. And I have no regrets about that, because if he'd had any money left at the end, he would be dead. And he knows that, he knew that, you know, so he got sober when I was 15.
And how long did it take for you to address it?
So I was 26 when I got sober.
Wow.
Mm.
Wow, I actually knew that, but I just feel it, you know, and so you address the world now very differently than you did. I mean, you are a light worker. You're somebody who provides hope. You find the light when other people see darkness, and you are someone who's been through so much.
Yeah.
And you're right. You're growing up, Rosie. You're finding thorns, but you're finding your path. So what were the breadcrumbs you found that gave you the path to find your light? What do you remember? Like what triggered you to go down the light path?
Yeah. I mean, I think that I got my dad's influence, you know, at 15, you know, this is where we started to have sort of a relationship. It was never the knight in shining armor who showed back up again, you know, which is what I wanted. But it, you know, we had a little bit of a relationship, and there were moments where he would say things like, he told me the story, and I've told you this before, where he said that, you know, by the time he was 25, 26, he had everything that he could have possibly dreamed of as a young street kid from London who grew up hungry. You know, he had money, he had fame, he had power, he had a beautiful wife who he loved, and yet he felt empty. He didn't feel successful. And that was part of what fueled, I think, his addiction, because he was like, well, if I'm not happy with all of this, then I'm just completely fucked. You know, what could there possibly be? And so, you know, the wisdom of that, you know, he said, you know, the image that I got when I was listening to that is that there's this mountain that a lot of people want to climb to the top of, because they think the top of that mountain will equal happiness. But people never get there. So they just strive for it, thinking, oh, look at those guys up there at the top of the mountain. They must be happy, you know. But he got to the top of that mountain and saw that it was actually meaningless, that all these things. So he had to nearly then die, and then found, you know, an inner life. And so witnessing that, I think, would be the first breadcrumb for me, you know.
Wow. And for people who are watching that maybe living with abuse right now or living with addiction, and they know they need help, but they don't know what to do, what advice do you give them?
For me, the 12-step fellowships have been like a miracle and saving graces, you know, the fellowship of like-minded addicts and alcoholics. There's a miracle. There's just something absolutely miraculous that happens when you admit the need for help. And that was the thing that was the hardest for me, because as I've mentioned, you know, growing up as this self-sufficient kid who managed to be great at surviving, you know, that's one of the problems, is that when you're a survivor, you're capable. I mean, I was capable, and I got scholarships, and I waitressed, and I paid for it all. And, you know, I drove drunk, but you would never know that I was drunk, because I was just keeping it all together, you know. Like, you'd hand me your keys, you'd be wasted, but I'd be driving, but I would have drunk just as much, you know, all that kind of the smoke screens of self-sufficiency. And do not look at me. Don't look past this armor, because there's nothing to see back here. You know, I've got it all under control. And so that the breakdown, in a sense, of the pride or the false pride, is that one of the beautiful things I heard and learned in AA was that to surrender means moving to the winning side. And that blew me away, because it was not safe to ask for help. If you ask for help, that means you're admitting vulnerability, and you don't admit vulnerability when you've come from the abuse that I've come from. You know, you just don't. So I would say that for anyone struggling, you know, there is help, and there is grace, and there are miracles, and all you have to do is reach out one hand, and there's 1,000 hands reaching back for you, in the form, for me, of 12-step fellowships and the kind of grace of all those higher powers behind those people. And it's not about God, and it's not about religion, and it's every single person that comes to those rooms gets their own concept of a higher power to work with. And it's been the entry point for me of incredible miracles. So, you know, addiction and abuse, and that has to be, for me, the first place of port of call is 12-step rooms, without a shadow of a doubt, for me.
Wow. And what role does music have in your life now?
Oh, wow. Well, you know, you've initiated me, you know, into my own voice and singing in ways that I'm like, oh, I'm sure I will be very grateful to you one day. I'm still just mostly pissed off at you.
Sorry, not sorry.
But you know, I mean, music, the funny thing is that I would say I wouldn't ever have I've never actively listened to a Who album. I've never actively put on a Stone album. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah,
yet,
no, I hear you. I mean,
like,
wow.
in my marrow, you know, these songs are in my marrow, and there are these wonderful memories attached to so many of these songs. So music, without me realizing it, has been the fabric of my life as much as abuse or addiction has. You know what I mean? It's just in there.
So had you ever walked into Tower Records and gone to the record section and say, I know these people, like looking at the albums and saying, wait, I know these people, I know those people, I know
No,
those
it's so weird. No. And
Really?
I got to Bard, right? So I went to Bard College undergrad. I got myself there by, you know, God knows how, but it was meant to be. And I remember there was a guy came up to me and he was like, someone tells me that your dad was the manager of The Who. And I was like, yeah, he was. And he was like, oh yeah? He's like, well, what's his name then? Like, he was like he completely didn't believe me, right? And I was like, Chris Stamp. And he was like, and he literally, he went like that. He was like, and he sat down and then he told me about my godfather. He told me about my dad. Like, he was literally like a massive Who fan, right? And he knew more about my dad than I did. And this is what people don't understand, is that I grew up on benefits with an aunt who was raising me, you know, hand to mouth. My dad had left for New York. I grew up without paparazzi, without, you know, I didn't understand backstage. You know, you should have seen me at my first gig when I got a pass. You know, Jeff, it was embarrassing. You know, I was overdressed. I was terrified. I was awestruck. You know, it was like I was not cool at all.
You were always cool. You were always cool.
I really wasn't. And so yeah, it's weird. So that was like a kind of out of body experience for me, because he was like literally, I was legend material in his eyes, and I had no idea what that really meant, you know. So it is weird. I'm a bit of a kind of a pauper in the whatever that story is. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I hear you. I hear you.
That awareness.
So if we block out all the music that your family was associated with, who do you listen to? Is there any? Do you get messages from music? Do you listen to? Do you like lyrics that resonate with you, with your soul?
It's lyrics. It's lyrics. It's musicality. I mean, I love, like, it's Alicia Keys, it's Norah Jones, it's, you know, Billy Joel, Elton John, you know, anything with like piano and lyrics, you know, Amy Winehouse, you know, just something that grabs the soul, things that grab the soul, you know, and you can't put words on that ultimately. Ella Fitzgerald, Nina Simone, you know, the classics. But what am I listening to at the moment? Leon Bridges, I've discovered. Do you know Leon Bridges?
I do not.
River. There's a song called River. Oh, it's killing me. I just keep listening to it over and over. So, you know, music is a bridge to spirituality for me. I think it's an ascended experience.
Well, I think music is a bridge to spirituality for many people, but it's also, you know, connects your soul to the world in many levels. Wow. So I will not ask you to sing today.
Thank you.
It's not that I don't want to hear you, but I will set up a proper time and ask you to sing something when you have notice.
Thank you.
But I have great confidence, however, that if we were someplace else and you were to open and sing, you would be marvelous, because your soul resonates, your voice resonates with our souls in such a beautiful way. And it's that vibration that you bring out and the light that you share by not even speaking, but by singing and by being present. That is so special.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. I love you for that. I mean, you are helping me in a way, and I know that my singing is part of my next step.
I think so, and it's really for us. It may be therapeutic for you, but feeling it and hearing it helps other people resonate with what's happening. And it's hard to explain, but I know what it felt like being in Sag Harbor, and I was crying when you were singing. I mean, and it was something really special when you did Amazing Grace there, and it was just really something very special about you and what you bring out. And so wow. And so today, so these days, being someone who's dealt with all these things in your past, you're very much living in the present, and you're very much bringing light into this world. Do you have any advice for folks that are, you know, okay, we dealt with on the addiction side, but people that are looking to embrace spirituality or embrace call it light work, or people that are, I call it being trans-spiritual, people that are spiritual on the inside but haven't shown it on the outside, yet they are who they are, but they haven't necessarily come out and said, I really believe in these things. Do you have any advice to people on who want to be more on the light side, but are just haven't gotten there yet?
I think ultimately our society has become, science has become the religion, and logic and rationality, and I believe that can be a trap, because then it's something that we have to see proof of everything. And so it's like, I will go on a spiritual journey when I can see God, or prove to me that there are angels. You've heard some of my stories. I've witnessed angelic beings. I've witnessed miraculous things. I know that there are dimensions other than this one. And I think that the beauty of, in AA, when I tell my story, I talk about this tree, and we're all pieces of fruit. And this tree, the fruit is catching the sun or the sap or the wind or the air, all at different moments. And each piece of fruit is ripening in its own pace. And then the fruit falls, at its moment of readiness. And I think that ultimately that image of like one step towards source divine, and there's 1,000 steps back towards you. And so we call it seeking conscious contact in the 11th step. It means to me that there is always contact with the divine. I've come to understand that we are divine beings pretending to be human for a little while. That the divine part of us is poured into this container. And so anyone seeking that, I would say, start with breath. Start with taking one conscious breath. And if you can picture golden light coming into that breath and exhalation of something of limitation, that's enough for me. That can bypass anyone's worry about prejudice or walking into a church or a synagogue, or, for me, the divine is within. And for me, the biggest barrier to seeking that divine was that to go within, I have to face my shit, and I have to look at the shadow, and I have to be with myself. And that mostly has everyone running, screaming,
I hear you. No, I got that.
Have stuff to look at.
So your movie, of course, will be Growing Up Rosie, ... to Seeking Rosie, and really going through that transition, and really to embrace that other side of light, and to but to hear your voice, and not be in denial, right? But to accept you, and to allow you to be.
Yeah.
And the vulnerability of you is perhaps the most powerful thing of you too, because you are breathing, and you're bringing in the light, and you're letting go of the light, and you're holding on to it. And you know that you're on the right path, and you just feel it.
Yeah.
With strength. And look, I thank you for your presence here today. I thank you for everything you do, for people who never say thank you to you. You're an amazing soul. I am grateful to know you.
Me too.
And I look forward to a book, movie, show, whatever you want to do. But I think it would be absolutely wonderful to for you to share more when you're ready to.
I will.
Thank you for sharing your voice. I on behalf of everyone who's here, I just thank you, really, Rosie. You're a blessing for all of us to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, tomorrow.
Thank you, and much love to you and your family.
Love you guys.
Love you, Rosie.
Thank you, darling. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. All right. Wow. All right. I'm going to head this over to Stephanie. Now we're going to head over more to the music side of our show today. We have a bunch of artists queuing up from all over the world who will be performing. And Stephanie, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you? Can you hear me well?
I hear you well. Yeah, I hear. I hear a little reverb, but I'm sure it's Lauren's giving whatever. I'm just sitting here. Anyway, so go ahead. So could you introduce yourself a little bit? Talk a little bit about your influences, and the stage is yours.
Sure. Thank you. So my name is Stephanie Chin. I'm in New Jersey, and some of my musical influences was actually a lot of the same that Rosie just mentioned. Alicia Keys, Amy Winehouse are some of my favorites, and Sarah Bareilles is another favorite. And I love the positive vibes of Jason Mraz and Andy Grammer. And so my mission with music is to spread love. And did you see my pin? I heard you say that we're sponsored by love, so I found my love pin and I put that on for you.
Thank you.
So I want to inspire listeners to be love and be present and achieve their dreams. And it sounds like a lot of people that have spoke already have achieved many dreams and are on track to do much more, and that was all very inspiring. So thanks for bringing that here, bringing that energy and bringing your knowledge and wisdom. So this first song I'm going to do it's called Vision of Us, and I wrote it for my wife. It's actually the most personal song that I've written to date. It's my newest song, and it touches on some of the challenges that we went through as a couple, but a lot of people during the pandemic, because it was released in May, actually took it to capture a larger meaning of like the vision of us as a nation, the vision of us as a people, and what we are capable of if we turn away from fear and embrace love. So I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
It was so clear to me early on you were my dream girl vision. But the closer we became, the deeper we fell in love. Something else grew. Somehow the depth of our love gave rise to insecurities, and now you question your place with me. There is a way through this. You say you can't see through it. Please watch me be your eyes. Don't let your fears arise. Reach for my hope to keep you afloat when you're lost in your sea of doubt. Don't fade away from me. You were made for me, and I was made for you. I'm standing up for love, hanging on to my vision of us. You know all I see is me and you, ups and downs we still ride through. More than merely surviving, together we are thriving. This could be us. But in your past you've been betrayed. You worry that my love will stray. Your fears, they push you to run away. There is a way through this. You say you can't see through it. Please let me be your eyes. Don't let your fears arise. Reach for my hope to keep you afloat when you're lost in your sea of doubt. Don't fade away from me. You were made for me, and I was made for you. I'm standing up for love, hanging on to my vision of us. Your scars are telling you not to trust. Don't dare to ever open up. Hear me, my baby, that's history. Let's write together a new story. Oh, yeah. There is a way through this. You say you can't see through it. Please let me be your eyes. Don't let your fears arise. Reach for my hope to keep you afloat when you're lost in your sea of doubt. Don't fade away from me. You were made for me, and I was made for you. There is a way. Let me be your eyes. Don't let your fears arise. Lost in your sea of doubt. Don't fade away from me. You were made for me, and I was made for you. I'm standing up for love, hanging on to my vision of us, my vision of us. Thank you. That's okay, but thank you for the applause. I could see you applauding. I appreciate that. So I was gonna do one cover here, well, actually, last week I was invited to a different Zoom meeting, and I'm part of this power team in New Jersey. They were all attendants of Tony Robbins. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that speaker.
Sure.
And so we were talking, the main theme of the meeting was contribution and growth, and I was trying to think of a song that was related to that, and so the first song that came to my mind was Mariah Carey's Hero, so I figured I would do my take on that. And it also, I felt like it was relevant to this holiday season where a lot of people are probably feeling pretty sad about not being able to be with family, or because your holidays look different, but we can still make a difference for other people and still keep the spirit alive, spirit of the season alive in that sense, that you can be a hero to other people and you can be your own hero and change your state and help change the emotional state and physical states of other people. So here's Hero.
There's a hero. If you look inside your heart, you don't have to be afraid of what you are. There's an answer if you reach into yourself, and the sorrow that you know will melt away. And then the hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. It's a long road when you face the world alone. No one reaches out a hand for you to hold. You can find love if you search within yourself, and the emptiness you felt will disappear. Then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. God knows dreams are to follow. Don't let anyone tear them away. Hold on, there will be tomorrow. In time, you'll find the way. Then the hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. That a hero lies in you.
Very nice. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
So the next one that I have planned, I have time for two more?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one, Vision of Us, was released, but this is the next one that I'm working on. It's unreleased. It's called Pause. And I wrote it before the whole pandemic. And I was just sitting on my stairs looking outside and enjoying the trees and just nature and the sunlight. And I was reminding myself that I really need to take time to be still and to take those things in and center myself, ground myself. And so I wrote the song Pause before knowing that we were going to be on a great big pause.
Exactly. How ironic.
Yeah. So it has since resonated with a lot of people, so hopefully it resonates with you.
Thank you.
Sometimes there's too much focus on what we lack, completely losing sight of all we have. Problems arise to trip us on our path, when things may not be perfect and you wonder if it's worth it. Be still, take a moment to see. Sometimes we all need to pause, open our eyes to the all, breathe slowly and fully, search for the beauty in your soul or a friend, in how the trees bend. Feel the breeze on your skin, take it all in and pause. Oh, pause. Frustration can be a common theme when you're out chasing all your dreams, surrounded by naysayers, it seems. When things may not be perfect and you wonder if it's worth it, be still, take a moment to see. Sometimes we all need to pause, open our eyes to the all, breathe slowly and fully, search for the beauty in your soul or a friend, in how the trees bend. Feel the breeze on your skin, take it all in and pause. Oh, pause. There's so much in so little, like tears when you laugh, the music in a giggle from a child on your lap. These are the moments, true riches of life. Pause, take the time, don't let them pass you by. Slow down, slow down. Sometimes we all need to pause, open our eyes to the all, breathe slowly and fully, search for the beauty in your soul or a friend, and now the trees bend. Feel the breeze on your skin, take it all in and pause. I'll pause, pause.
Wow.
Thank you.
Beautiful message, and thank you. That's a beautiful message. So nice. Have you ever played in Asbury Park, or and what part of New Jersey are you in? I'm just curious.
I'm in East Windsor, and yeah, I had the opportunity to play the Wonder Bar in Asbury Park and the
Oh,
Asbury
wow.
Hotel. One day, the Stone Pony, maybe one day.
One day. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So nice to have you here. I appreciate you sharing your gift and sharing your voice and your words with us. Thanks for
Thanks for having me. I love doing this. It's not every day that you get a place to share your original music. You know, usually people want to hire me to sing a bunch of cover songs in the corner of a bar, which I'm grateful for. No, don't get me wrong, but to sing your original messages is always really nice.
Thank you.
So do I have time to do another?
Please, yeah.
So I should mention that last song, that was one of the first songs that I made by myself with all my little electronic gear. So I was learning how to use Ableton and all these other things, and some of my other musician friends here will probably know what I'm talking about. But this next one was actually produced with a gentleman he's in New Hope now, and it's Vertigo Music. This is called Life is Good. This is available on all the platforms. And I wrote this to remind myself that no matter what's going on, there's always things that you can shift your focus to, and remember that life is still good and life is still a gift. Thanks again.
Love in your life, oh darling. Love for your child, your friend, your wife, or mother. Nothing can beat you down to the ground when you let it flow. Powerful. So just let it come forth through you. Watch our troubles fade away from you. You'll see, hey, life is good. Oh, 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 life is good. Life is good. Oh, 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 life is good. Count your blessings every day. Then those blinders fall away. Life is good, oh, 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 life is good. When all you see are gray skies above you, faces of people may grow long around you. Think of the sun above those clouds, undisturbed. My tears, let that sunlight come forth through you. Watch our troubles fade away from you. You'll see, hey, life is good. Oh, 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 life is good. Life is good, oh, 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 life is good. Count your blessings every day, then those blinders fall away. Life is good, oh, 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 life is good. Don't underestimate your power. Get tired on life, and everyone around you will rise up too. Good, 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 good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Life is good. Oh, 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 life is good. Life is good. Oh, 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 life is good. Count your blessings every day, then those blinders fall away. Life is good. Oh, 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 life is good. Whoa, 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 life is good. Life is good. Count your blessings, let that love shine through.
Yes, life is good. Stephanie, thank you so much for coming and sharing your magic with all of us. It was beautiful to have you and
Thank
really great.
Thank you so
That
much.
was terrific. Really. Thank you. Your originals, I appreciate you could sing anything, but we're very grateful for whenever you can come here and sing your original music and share your words. It's really special.
Thank you. I'll come back anytime.
Thank you. Wonderful. Really nice to have you. And now we're gonna switch over to the other part of the United States. Liam, good afternoon to you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, and how are you?
All right. So where are you connecting from?
I'm in Los Angeles right now.
In Los Angeles. And could you share a little bit about your influences?
Yeah. I grew up listening to a lot of classic rock, thanks to my father, and he influenced me a lot with his voice as well. He's a singer, and so I've been singing since I basically could talk, because he would sing around the house a lot, and so he's a big influence on me. And then I was playing classical piano all my life until I was about 12 when I heard and fell in love with Billy Joel, and then started singing and playing the piano, doing contemporary music, made the shift over, started writing my own music right after that.
Since you've been writing music since you're 12?
Yeah, about then.
Wow.
Yeah. And then it was Elton John, Billy Joel, it was Queen, it was Journey. It was very, very classic rock oriented, but it ventured into Andy Grammer, Jason Mraz, and that kind of genre, then to Ed Sheeran and Justin Bieber and Shawn Mendes, and now it's just a whirlwind of different things. I feel like I have 20 different genres in me at all times.
Amazing. Wow. I actually know Andy Grammer, so it's nice that you connect with his he's one of the most positive lyric songwriters I know. He writes all about positivity, and
he's one of my favorites for that and so many other reasons. Just
wow.
So
all right.
talent.
So what are we gonna hear today?
So we're gonna hear a couple of originals. These are all songs that I've written over the past year, and they're all coming out or are already out. Songs that I've released under my name on Spotify. A couple of them, one of them has a big music video we just put together and released on YouTube. So exciting things.
Wonderful. And if you can, just share the little backstory behind the song so we can listen to the lyrics with more meaning. Absolutely.
So this first one it's called Higher Than Our Hopes. When I wrote it, it wasn't, I'm a songwriter as well as a performing artist. And so when I wrote it, I actually wrote it with the intention of writing it for somebody else. But just about any time I write alone, I write with a personal experience in mind. And this one was mainly about just kind of when something is hurting you, when you feel broken, and there is an obvious something that's keeping you back. You need to just push on, move forward, get yourself to that good place, drop what was keeping you back, and be happy again. So this is called Higher Than Our Hopes.
Great.
You can hope that I'm gonna break. I'll shatter right now if it means that I won't wait. No, I can't wait to see the look in your face when I'm whole again, when I picked up the pieces and put them back in place. Hope I see your face. I've been hoping for closure, knowing it's over, but I'll be over it soon. I've been hoping that I'll be where you can find me, 'cause I'll be higher than you and higher than our hopes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, oh, oh. We were hoping for better days, but nothing good comes to those who sit and wait. I hope you sit and wait. to see I've changed, to see that I've made all the things we said we'd make. I know I'll change. I hope you change. I've been hoping for closure, knowing it's over, but I'll be over it soon. I've been hoping that I'll be where you can find me, 'cause I'll be higher than you and higher than our hopes. Oh, no, no. Been hoping for closure, knowing it's over, but I'll be over it soon. I've been hoping that I'll be where you can find me, and I'll be higher than you and higher than our hopes. Oh, oh, yeah. Oh, 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 oh.
Well done. Wow. Very nice.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. So that's the most recent single and the one that has a music video out. So yeah, those will be in the links shared. But yeah, that's the one I've been most excited about for the past month, and now we're kind of on to the next one, which is coming out December 4th. So the next single is, actually I have the cover art behind me, whether you can see it or not, I don't really know. Not really. Tough glare, but you'll see it eventually. This one's about just, well, you know, Higher Than Our Hopes is obviously a song about moving on from something, and you know that something can be someone, but it's primarily about something. But there definitely was a someone at some point for me, and when I was at my lowest during that breakup, I wrote a song called Self-Help, and truthfully, this is just as raw and as real as it gets, from a personal standpoint. So hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Never wrote a song like this. Don't know if I've ever met someone like this. I know I said what I said, but now regrets filling up my head, 'cause I left you on your own. Still I go and hit your phone, but I gotta know you gotta be alone. And all I need is peace and quiet, but still I hear you in the silence. So why'd I lie, saying this was right? 'Cause now I'm always thinking to myself, no one, no one else. It's got me using drinking for self-help, for self-help. So why'd I go and do this to myself? Don't want no one else. It's got me taking another one off the shelf, for self-help. I just wanna hear you say you miss me, that you kiss Just tell me something good. I just want to hear you say your heart aches, 'cause mine does every day. And I'm drowning out the pain by drinking for self-help. I never wrote a song like this. I wanna write it, but scared that it exists. No matter how hard I fight it, it tells it like it is. So I drink and sing and reminisce. 'Cause now I'm always thinking to myself, you're with someone else. It's got me using drinking for self-help, for self-help. So why'd I go and do this to myself? Don't want no one else. Got me taking another one off the shelf for self-help. I just wanna hear you say you miss me, that you kiss me if you could. Just tell me something good. I just wanna hear you say heartaches, 'cause mine is every day. I'm drowning out the pain by drinking for self-help. Drinking for self-help. Can you help?
Wow, pretty powerful words there, sir.
Thank you. Oh, I'm a little out of breath from that one. Yeah, no, that's one of those that no matter when, no matter how many times I perform it, it's always going to hit hard. So yeah, thank you for allowing me to play that here. Like I said, that one's coming out December 4th, and then an EP will be dropping in 2021. And I have a few songs. I've released 2 singles, another single December 4th, Self-Help, and then 3 more songs will be on the EP. So I'll play 2 of those. And one of them is similar idea. At least it's about the same concept, but just told in a different perspective. You know, I wrote Self-Help, like I said, when I was very low. This was, you know, it was the hardest moment I felt. And honestly, I should have been saying I'm singing for self-help, because I really use music as therapy. And when I am sad or hurt or happy, I write, and I write about those emotions and I belt it out. And that's what really gets me over things. So that's what Self-Help was. This song called Snow was just about that exact feeling of being alone again for the first time in 3 years for myself. But just, I think it's a relatable category for people who it's not just being alone, but just moving on from something that maybe you haven't been apart from in a long time. And it's a lonely feeling. It's a weird, lonely feeling. So this is called Snow. A minute ago, you were my own. Oh, where did you go? I'm all alone. Oh, oh. sure how I manage, but I've got my jacket and I don't know if I'll be cold. Yeah, it's freezing, but I can't feel feelings right now. Trying to process what happened. Was it all real or imagined? All I know is an early snow in November is how I remember it all. Oh, layer up for December, it's not getting better at all. It's just getting colder and now I can't hold her it. A minute ago you were my own. Where did you go? I'm all alone. Out of the warm into the cold. Walking through snow to the unknown. I'm leaving now. I'm laying down a new road with some slippery slopes, and it's got a coat of a new hope. Yeah, it's muddled, been years since I've shoveled, and I'm not even sure what I've started. Numb from how frozen my heart is. All I know is I'm far from home. Nowhere to go, no one to hold. So why'd I let go? Oh, why'd I let go? A minute ago you were my own. No. Where did you go? I'm all alone. No. Out of the warm into the cold. Walking through snow to the unknown. Minute ago, you were my own. Where did you go? I'm all alone.
Wow. Really nice, great words, Liam. Really, wow.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I like doing. This is what I love doing.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Jeff, do we have time for one more? Or?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Then this will be this song is called Give Me Her, and this is a song I wasn't writing for anybody. It wasn't for me, it wasn't for anybody in specific. I just kind of wrote it. Which is very odd for me. I don't usually do that. I usually sit down at the piano with a feeling, with an emotion, with something that I want to write about. And this time I just sat down. I heard this really simple and kind of sultry chord progression, and I don't know why. I just wrote about something absolutely random, yet I don't. It really hits deep with some people, and so by popular demand and popular request from friends and family and some fans, this is the song that's going to be on the EP. One of the songs that'll be on the EP, and I had no personal ties at the moment of writing the song, but I can see how at one point I agreed very much with these things. So this is called Give Me Her, and it's just all about wanting someone that just can't give you what you want back. She's never too late. She's never on time. She's always on dates, entangled in vines. She's never too much, but she'll never be more. She'll hold your heart, and she'll never know. Well, she's looking to dance. She's looking for looks. She's not holding hands, not easily hurt. She's fine without love, but she won't be alone. She'll hold her own, and she's letting go. So why can't I see? She won't believe in my dreams. The longer I stay, further she takes me away. She can have anyone or anything, anywhere. I'll give her the world, but she'll never give me her. She's the first one to speak. She's the last one to laugh. She still hasn't peaked. She's right on the path. She's taking her time and giving out hope. She'll hold your heart, and she'll never know. So why won't I see that she won't believe in my dreams? The longer I stay, the further she takes me away. She can have anyone or anything, anywhere. I'll give her the world, but she'll never give me her. Oh, no, no. No. While I love to come clean, just how can I compete with the way she loves to be free? So why won't I see? She won't believe in my dreams. The longer I stay, the further she takes me away. Yeah, she can have anyone or anything, anywhere. I'll give her the world, but she'll never give me her. She's never too much, but she'll never be more. She's the only one. she's looking for.
Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you, Liam.
Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, for sharing your voice with all of us. Your music's beautiful. Your words powerful. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And Lauren, you included all the social media links for Liam. You did great. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for bringing your friends with you too.
Absolutely, they're great. Shouts out, friends and family.
Nice to see everyone get together. So thank you, and happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yes, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Jeff.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And this is Jeff Pulver, and this is Jeff's Place, and really, I appreciate all of you for gathering literally from around the world for being part of our experience today. And I'd be remiss if I don't give a shout out to remind everybody who our sponsors are, because it's highly unusual, but yet at the same time fun to have the Color Purple as a sponsor. The numbers 1 and 8, which together bring life. And of course, I'm very happy that once again, the letters LOVE outbid the letters WT and F. So there you go. We're powered by love. And with that, we're going to head over to Ireland, where the next three our next three guests. We have Rosie, James, and Izzo. And it's wonderful to see all of you back. And I'm gonna maybe we'll do a roundtable after Izzo, Lauren. We'll bring everyone up together just to really have a little chat, because but it's you guys, you the three of you inspire me. Your music, your presence, you're magical, and I'm really happy that you have a chance to have more fans here. So Izzo, it's all over to you. And how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm well, and thanks for joining us tonight. I'm really happy to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's wonderful. So what are we going to be hearing tonight?
Today I'm doing 2 original songs actually, and I'm playing Give Me Love by Ed Sheeran and another song by Freya Redding. So yeah, Ed Sheeran was like basically the main reason why I started busking. I love him, always have. So yeah, Give Me Love is one of his older songs, and I just love it. It's very good.
Yeah. The stage is yours, really.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Give me love like her. Lately I've been waking up alone. The pain splattered teardrops on my shoulder. I told you I let them go, and that I'll find my corner. Maybe tonight I'll call you after my blood turns into alcohol. No, I just wanna hold you. Give a little time to me. We'll burn this out. We'll play hide and seek. Turn this around. All I want is a taste that your lips allow. My, give me love. My, give me love. My, give me love. My, give me love. Give me love like her. Cause lately I've been craving more, and it's been a while, but I still feel the same way. Maybe I should let you go. You know I'll fight my corner, and that tonight I'll call you after my blood is is drowning in alcohol. No, I just wanna hold you. Give a little time to me. Burn this out. Will they hide and seek to turn this around? All I want is a taste that your lips allow. My mind, give me love. 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 My mind, give me love.
Wow, but I need a different word. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So great.
Thank
Wow.
you. I love that song. I love Ed Sheeran. I've seen him live 5 times.
Five
Literally.
times, really? Wow.
Yeah, 5 times. I'm obsessed with him.
Well, you never know. You never know who made Popeye once in a while.
Oh God, I'd love to meet him. I'd love to meet him.
Think
And I
about
wanna
what
see
you're going
him
to say to
again.
him before you meet him, though.
That's it. But yeah, my next song is called Lost Without You by Freya Ridings. She's not a huge artist, but she has 2 or 3 very good songs anyways. And yeah. Standing on the platform, watching you go. It's like no other pain I've ever known. To love someone so much, to have no control. You said I wanna see the world, then I said go. I think I'm lost without you. I just feel crushed without you. Oh, 'cause I've been strong for so long, and I never thought how much I needed you. I think I'm lost without you. Strangers rushing past, just trying to get home. But you are the only safe haven I've known. It's me at full speed, feels like I couldn't breathe, and nobody knows this pain inside of me. My world is crumbling. I should have never let you go. I think I'm lost without you. I think I'm lost the way, oh, the way. I think I'm lost without you. I just feel crushed without you. 'Cause I've been strong for so long, and I never thought how much I loved you. Yeah, I think I'm lost without you. Standing on the platform, watching you go. You said I wanna see the world, then I said go.
Wow.
Thank you.
So beautiful. Wow.
Thank you.
You do sound great here. I have to do say it's like velvet. It is. Liam, you're
Oh,
right.
thank you so much.
That
I
was in
usually
the
play
chat.
that song busking. That's usually
Oh.
my first song, busking. But
Really?
yeah, and I just put a cover. I put it up on my YouTube channel even just there. So if people want to listen to it, it's on my channel. But yeah, my next song is called 3 Chances. I wrote it myself. It's I think it was the first, yeah, it was the first guitar song I ever wrote. And I put it straight on Instagram and on SoundCloud. And then over time, I listened to it a lot. And I didn't think it was any use, so I deleted it. And now, yeah, I started playing it the other day, and I was like, you know, I actually really like the song. So, yeah.
Good for you.
It's very self-explanatory. It's a short song, but it's just a little story. I gave him one chance that day. I decided that he could stay, and he said he'd never do the same again. I thought maybe he changed. He said he'd go with her that night. I decided not to start a fight, but that night I cried, and I cried. He was dead on his second chance, made a mistake, and I thought, oh well. He cried to me that night, and I thought, let it go, right? Because he's so confused now, but that is no excuse, no. The girl said, what are you doing? He's just using you. And was then on his third chance, I decided I'd had enough of this, and I was broken. I had tried so hard to be nice to him. I gave him all I had. He stabbed me in the back, and now he's lost someone who would have given everything to him. Good luck finding that again. I hope you know you've lost a friend, and I'm not broken. I decided you're not worth it.
Wow. Somehow I went from your song directly into the voice of Florence and the Machine. Something about part of that.
Wow.
It was just really spectacular. Do not delete that song. It is a winner. It is a hit.
Thank
it is
you.
A wonderful song.
Thank you. Yeah, this next song is called This Town. I actually wrote this one it was very recently. It was during the second lockdown, which we're still in, sadly. And yeah, I recorded the other day as well. It's up on my YouTube channel. We went to this car park. It's this really deserted high-rise car park in Dublin, and the acoustics are so nice there. And we recorded anyways, and it's up on my channel if people want to hear it. But it's basically just about wanting to get out of Dublin, really, because my dream has always been to move to London. So that's where I want to go.
There's no doubt.
I hope so. But yeah, so this is kind of just about me being sick of this place. I'm so sick of staring at these four walls. I'm throwing away my 20s and my fun. What can I do to get through this now? Help me out. Talk about others
and never about their own lives. They try to find love through other guys, not knowing they hold their own price. Help me out, out, out of this town, town, town. It only lets me down, down, down. Help me out of this town. 21 years too long now. I need a new life. Will you help me out? Will you help me out? Out of this town. I need a new life. Now, help me out, out of this town, town. It only lets me down, down, down. Help me out of this town. I gotta get out. Ooh, now.
Wow, that was so beautiful, and
Thank you so much.
it's so empowering. I tell you, if we were not in that pandemic life right now, I would certainly look to sponsor a trip for you guys to come to the States and be discovered. Because
Oh my God, I wish.
you and your friends have so much talent. It's just unbelievable, and I feel a little selfish here, but I'm grateful to be sharing it with some friends who are connecting here. But you guys are, the word amazing and talented doesn't cover it. It's just really wonderful to hear those words. And there's no doubt, if you want to be in London, you'll be in London. People will
Thank
cover your
you.
music. There's no doubt about that. The words are powerful, and your voice is special. So it's very nice to hear you.
Thank you
Lauren,
so
could you
much.
unmute Rosie and James? If we just catch up for a couple of minutes before I hand it over to Rosie. Figured you guys don't always I guess in lockdown, Rosie, do you see your friends so much, or
Not too much. It's actually kind of funny. Izzo and I live like really close together, and we
Yeah.
actually went to the same school. So I'm
oh,
still in the school, but I was in my second year in school when she was in her last. So yeah, it's kind of funny that
Old.
just the way things sort of turned out. Like,
and
um,
and James, how you doing?
Good, yeah. Good. Not too bad.
Nice to see you. I'm used to seeing videos of you, some of you collaborating on Grafton Street, and I don't see those videos so much.
it's very
Yeah, like busking's pretty much banned now until we find out what's happening with the lockdown here.
Any idea when it may open up for you?
I'm not too sure. We just have to wait until the 1st of December to find out what the government wants to do with lockdown and how
Yeah.
we're going forward.
Well, you're coming out of lockdown. Looks like we're going into lockdown, maybe. So it's one of those things. But it's nice. I'm grateful to have the three of you here as our guests. Really, for all the artists that are here, I should say. But I don't know. It's something magical when live music is shared around the world, and there are friends here from literally all over the place that are listening and connecting. So it is my goal in life to increase the fan base of everyone who's singing and performing here through the accidental magic of what happens, of the serendipity and synchronicity of those moments. And what you don't know is in and out of the room so far have been veterans in the music industry, people that have been in your shoes, people that produce, create, record, and I've gotten some really positive feedback and comments from many people. So you guys are inspirations collectively and individually. So, but I wanted just to say group thank you to three of you, particularly because in some ways your music was the inspiration for me to continue and make this show happen and to be the platform to share and bring other artists together. So I want to say thank you from me to you, because you sometimes don't know. You put out a video, you perform, you sing, and you have no idea the impact it has on others. But it's been a big impact on me. So thank you. And Rosie, I know you have school, you're studying and doing all that other work. It's really fun to watch you work while your friends are performing, but the stage is yours. And I thank you for joining. And It's really nice listening to your music, Rosie, and thank you for coming back.
Cheers. So, is there a bit of buzzing, or is that just on my?
There's a little bit of buzzing, yeah.
Okay, 2 secs.
It's a ground.
Fix that there. Okay, I was just trying to use my electric, but I think I might switch back to the acoustic if the buzzing doesn't stop. So.
Little buzz.
Okay, do you know what? I'm gonna switch over and then see if I can fix it for the. Alright, sorry about that. So usually I do all originals, but I think I might throw in a couple covers today. So,
whatever you're in the mood for.
Cool. Yeah. So this first one I'm gonna do is by an Irish band called The Script. It's called For the First Time. It's sort of one of my favorite songs to sing on Grafton Street. It does fairly well most of the time. Gets a bit of a crowd going. So, yeah, that's this song. Hope you enjoy. She's all laid up in bed with a broken heart. Well, I'm drinking Jack all alone in my local bar. And we don't know how we got into this mad situation. Only doing things out of frustration. Trying to make it work, but man, these times are hard. She needs me now, but I can't seem to find the time. Got a new job now on the unemployment line. And we don't know how we got into this mad situation. Only doing things out of frustration. Trying to make it work, but man, these times are hard. We're gonna start by drinking on cheap bottles of wine. We sit talking up all night, saying things we haven't for a while, yeah. Smiling, but we're close to tears. Even after all these years, we've just now got the feeling that we're meeting for the first time. Ooh. She's in line at the door with her head held high. Well, I just lost my job but didn't lose my pride. And we both know how we're gonna make it work when it hurts. Gotta pick yourself up when you get kicked to the dirt. Trying to make it work, but man, these times are hard. So we're gonna start by drinking on cheap bottles of wine. We sit talking up all night, saying things we haven't for a while, yeah. Smiling, but we're close to tears. Even after all these years, we've just now got the feeling that we're meeting for the first time. Ooh. Bottles of wine, we sit talking up all night, saying things we haven't for a while. Smiling, but we're close to tears. Even after all these years, we've just now got the feeling that we're meeting for the first time. Ooh. Don't give up on me, baby. And oh, these times are hard. They end up making us crazy. Don't give up on me, baby. And oh, these times are hard. They end up making us crazy. Don't give up on me, baby. And oh, these times are hard. They end up making us crazy. Don't give up on me, baby.
Wow.
Thank
Rosie, you continue to amaze.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna make something real quick. Okay. Just have to fix something really quick. Whoa. Bit of a nightmare today. Nothing's really going my way.
It's going well. You're getting love in the chat, I'll tell you that much, Rosie.
Thanks, everyone. Liam, just wanted to say, listen to your song earlier. Amazing. And I love that last song you sang as well. It was cool. So, yeah. The next one I'm going to do is, I was going to do it on the electric, but I just decided I might as well do it on the acoustic, so. This is called Youth by Daughter. Shadows settle on the place that you left. Our minds are troubled by the emptiness. Destroy the middle, it's a waste of time. From the perfect start unto the finish line. And if you're still breathing, you're the lucky ones. 'Cause most of us are heaving through corrupted lungs. We're setting fire to our insides for fun, to distract our hearts from ever missing. It's not the words, but it's okay. We are the reckless, we are the wild youth, chasing visions of our futures. One day we will reveal the truth, that one will die before he gets there. And if you're still bleeding, you're the lucky one. 'Cause most of our feelings, they are dead, and they are gone. We're setting fire to our insides for fun, collecting pictures from a flood that wrecked this home. It was a flood that wrecked this home. And who caused it? And you caused it. And you caused it. And if you're in love, then you are the lucky one. 'Cause most of us are bitter over someone. We're setting fire to our insides for fun, to distract our hearts from ever missing them. But I'm forever missing him. And you caused it. And you caused it. And you caused it. Thank you. Cool.
Wow, that was.
Thank you.
And you don't have to worry about the words or anything because you carry the song. It's all good. It's beautiful. It's so nice.
I saw that my internet was unstable, but I apologize for that.
No, you were fine. We couldn't tell a difference. You were fine.
All right, cool. Because a little notification popped up, so.
It was beautiful.
Thank you. Cheers.
Truly, I said you're getting love in the chat. I'm not kidding.
I'm looking at a couple of them. I can't read the whole message, but like the first line pops up, which is really nice to see. But next song is gonna be, I've done it before on the show. It's called Kids on the Run. Wrote this over the summer. Most of my songs are pretty sad, but this one's not, surprisingly. So yeah, this is called Kids on the Run. Sunny days by the seaside, where we'd take a walk down and decide if we're ever gonna make it, and if we're surprised the media has driven us out of our minds. Taking the train cause we don't need our parents hear us complain about the way things have ended between him and I. Between him and I, we're running low on inspiration. Their head is high with expectations. I've got a lot of things up in my mind. We're just having fun, making the most of what's to come, spending our whole lives chasing a feeling. 'Cause we both know we're the kids on the run. Having fun, making the most of what's to come, spending our whole lives trying to make it work out. We both know we're the kids on the run. We don't know if it's just our age, but it's getting kinda scary, this life we've made. I don't wanna fall into the rocks, the sunken shore below. Think it's time that we start thinking about a way to stop us sinking. 'Cause I don't wanna fall into the rocks, the sunken shore below. Having fun, making the most of what's to come, spending our whole lives chasing a feeling. 'Cause we both know we're the kids on the run. Having fun, making the most of what's to come, spending our whole lives trying to make it work out. 'Cause we both know we're the kids on the run. We both know we're the kids on the run.
Wow. And I can point out you're still 16?
16, yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
Cheers. Have I time for what? How
Yes, please. And if we didn't have time, we'd make time. Yes, please go.
Okay. I literally was looking through my songbook, and I found a song I've never sang to anybody, so nobody has ever heard this song, so I might as well do it.
By all means.
I don't really remember why I wrote this. I just know it's quite open. That's why I never really sang to anybody. So, I hope you like it. It's called "How Was I Supposed to Know." I need to get the words up because I've never sang it before. Here it is. So this is how all those heartbroken songs are written. And this is what we said should have stayed forbidden. I keep losing track of my thoughts through all that you've spoken. So wouldn't it be nice to go back to the start and fix what we've broken? But I think it's time. I think it's time I forgave myself. 'Cause how was I supposed to know? Oh, how was I supposed to know? How was I supposed to know? I'd end up on my own. how was I supposed to know? Cause I was an open book. But I guess you couldn't read my words. Been talking to myself lately. My thoughts left unheard. But I think it's time. I think it's time I forgave myself. Cause how was I supposed to know I would end up on my own? How was I supposed to know I'd end up on my own? And how was I supposed to know?
Thank you, Rosie. That was beautiful.
First on that one before. I don't know.
That was terrific.
Cheers.
Thank you. Really.
Thank you. Cool.
Wow. So we just have to continue to invite you and your friends back because
Absolutely.
that's beautiful. So thank you so much for being here. Thanks for saying yes.
Thanks so much for having me.
And
appreciate it.
And really your original music is great. Your covers, I love the way you reinterpret the songs. It's just absolutely stunning and special.
Cheers. Thanks so much.
I mean, truly, it's one thing to play another person's song, but to truly make it your own, it stands out in a most beautiful way. So
thank you. Cheers. Thanks a lot. So yeah, that's it for me. Is unless I have time for one more, then.
I'm sorry. You wanted to do one more, or
I was just wondering if I had time, or is it James's turn?
well, it's James' time, but we're gonna. I'll just take. We'll give you the song if you want to do it, because everyone will yell at me otherwise, including me. So I cannot say no. So take it. We're a dynamic show, so do your song.
I don't know what time it is.
It's 9:15 for you.
Okay.
Rosie, don't worry. Come on, do another one.
Okay, I'll do one more. This one is a special one because this is my new single, but it's really difficult to sing, so I'm gonna try to be brave and sing it. It's quite low and then it's quite high. Sorry, James. Love you. Right. You've got a new girl now, and she kinda looks like me. Maybe a little taller, maybe she looks better, I guarantee. You've got a new way of dressing, but jeans and a hoodie never bothered me. She thinks you look better, but I think you look better when you're happy. 'Cause she's got you wrapped round her finger, she's figured you out. And if I can make it clear, don't say goodbye. If you're leaving, my heart's bleeding. And don't say goodbye. If you're leaving, I'm still grieving. So take all your time to make up your mind, 'cause I won't be going nowhere. So don't say goodbye. If you're leaving, just promise you're leaving with me. You've got a new way of feeling, but things like this never got to me. I know things will be better, but I know they'd be better if you were happy. 'Cause you had me wrapped round your finger, you figured me out. And if I can make it clear, and don't say goodbye. If you're leaving, I'm still grieving. And don't say goodbye. If you're leaving, I'm still grieving. So take all your time to make up your mind, 'cause I won't be going nowhere. So don't say goodbye. If you're leaving, just promise you're leaving with me. There you go.
Wow. Beautiful, intense, amazing. And my friend David, who doesn't do comparisons, compared you to a young Damian Rice. So
Well, that's a very nice comparison. Thank you.
yeah, and David knows his musicians, and he has a wonderful music legacy. But anyway,
Cool.
you're sounding great. Thank you, Rosie, so much.
Thanks
And
very much.
not to worry, James will have all the time. We were able here to control
James.
and change time around here, so we're all good. James,
I
good
love
evening
this.
to you.
How are you, Jeff? You all right?
I'm excited. I'm having fun here. So for people who don't know you, could you share a little bit about your influences? Because I forgot to do that with the others. I figured I'd start with you.
Okay. So I don't know. I have a huge influence based off like Springsteen and Bob Seger and a lot of that kind of like 70s, 80s kind of folk, rock and roll, like Neil Young and stuff like that as well is really cool. Bob Dylan. I just love that sound. I love that style of singing, that style of songwriting. It's really cool.
Wonderful. And what are we going to hear this evening?
I'm going to do a couple of originals and maybe one or two covers. We'll see how we get along.
Okay.
See how much time I have. But
You
yeah.
have as much time as you want to perform. Time is in your favor. It's on your lap. You could
Thank you.
whatever you want.
Yeah. No, I really enjoyed listening to Rosie. Rosie's really good. I think I always like to stop and listen to her. She's top notch.
Absolutely. As are you.
I'm going to start off with one of my own songs. This is called Can't Help But Miss You. And I don't know what to say, babe. I'm feeling real lost. I'm feeling real lost. And I don't know what to say. The words aren't the same. They don't feel the same. No. This time passes by. You can't turn those feelings off. No. It's been a while. I can't help. Where do we go? Where do we run to? Where do I find you? Where do we go? Where do we run to? Where do I find you? And I don't know how I feel to say these words again to you, to hold you like I used to. If I could say it was over, this would be so much easier. And this would be so much easier. This time passes by. turn the screens on. It's been a while, yeah. I can't Where do we go? Where do we run to? Where do I find you? Where do we go? Something drags me back, the moment I first saw you, to the moment I first wanted you. Where do we go? Where do we run to? Where do I find you? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we run to? Where do I find you? That was,
Nice.
Can't help but miss you. Cheers. Boom.
Nice.
Thank
Well
you.
done, James. Very nice. Wow.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I think I'll just do a little cover break up. It's a little one by the boss, Springsteen. Hey, little girlie, and daddy home to go. Leave you all alone, oh, and I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Tell me now, baby, is he good to you? Will he do the things I won't do? I will take you high, darling. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. And though it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, now 6-inch valley, middle of my soul. And I don't wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. And cool my desire, darling. Oh, I'm on fire. Though it's like someone took a knife, edgy and dull, now 6-inch valley through the middle of my soul. Night and wake up, the sheets soaking wet, and a freight train running through the middle of my head. And cool my desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. Yeah. Oh, I'm on fire. And hey, little girl, just die the old ego and leave you all alone on die. I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. Yeah. Oh, I'm on fire. So I'm on fire by Springsteen. Cheers. Thank you. So is it today is Thanksgiving or is it tomorrow is Thanksgiving? Tomorrow. And are you having like turkey and ham and no?
We could. It's a different Thanksgiving in the States this year, but
yeah.
But yeah, generally we have a festive meal. As
Generally, we eat a lot of food, but this year
I don't think we'll be eating as much food.
No.
No.
Totally different kinds of food too, because shopping is just nuts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love Christmas dinner. That's my favorite part of Christmas. So if I could have Thanksgiving and Christmas at the same, I would do it all the time. But happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
I'm going to do a song I wrote recently. It's called Boston, and it's just about, I guess, worrying about a significant other or something, or what their plan is when the world kind of opens up again, you know? Now, if the guitar would stay in tune, that'd be really handy. I've been thinking about you as the time in this day goes on. And all your talk about Boston is still plays in my thoughts. And every time my phone goes off, I fear that it's you. Waiting for the day you tell me your ticket is bought. That's why I'm waiting by the phone to hear you say how Boston's cold. And I don't want to lose you, I feel right. I don't want to lose you, I feel right. 'Cause when the world opens up and you find me here, and I'll be singing my own sip of wine, listen to our songs. That's when you're not here, sleep beside the jumpy last one. The smell of your perfume lingers like a day before. And days without you feel like years aside, but it's true. And I didn't want to fall for someone, I'm falling for you. And that's why I'm waiting by the phone to hear you say if I stand as cold. And I don't want to lose you, I feel like and I don't want to lose you, I feel like when the world opens up and you finally have enough. And I'll be sailing my own ship and wine, listen to our songs. 'Cause when the world opens up and you finally have enough, and I'll be sailing my own ship and wine, listening to our songs. Sailing my own ship and wine, listening to our songs. And I don't want to lose you, I fear I will. And I don't want to lose you, fear I will. 'Cause when the world opens up and you finally have enough, and I'll be singing my own sip of wine, listening to our songs. It's called Boston. It's very new. Some of the the higher notes catch you off guard. But yeah,
No worries.
it's time for one more maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for having us, Jeff and Lauren and
Thank
Harry.
you for being here.
Just you know, cover. It's how to save a life. And still, you say we need to talk. You walks and say sit down. It's just a talk. You smile slightly. I'm back at you. You step politely right on through some sort of window to your right. Seagulls left and you stay right between the lines of fear and blame. You begin to wonder why. Oh, where did I go wrong? Lost the trail somewhere alone in the madness of fire. I'd stay there for you all night. Then I know how to save a life. Oh, how to save a life. He begins to raise his voice. You lower yours, you grant him one last choice. Stop until you lose the road.
He will do one or two things. You admit to everything, and all you say is just not the same. You begin to wonder why. Oh, where did I go wrong? Lost and failed, and we're alone in the madness of I stayed up with you all night. Did I know how to save her? Where did I go wrong? Lost and failed, and if I stayed up with you all night. Oh, where did I go wrong? Oh, where did I go wrong? Oh, where did I go wrong? Oh, where did I? Oh, where did I go wrong? Lost a prayer somewhere alone in madness. If I'd stayed up with you all night, then I'd know how to save her. Where did I go wrong? Lost a prayer. Now if I'd stayed up with you all night, then I'd know how to save a life. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Wonderful. That was great.
Very much. Cheers.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Josh for eating that watermelon as well.
Yeah, Josh, your watermelon looked really good. All right. James, thanks for joining us, really, and much love to all you guys over in Ireland, and really look forward to catching you all again. It's and hang out, please. Much love from everyone here to you guys. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
I'm now going to head over to the States. This is Jeff Pulver, and you're listening to and watching Jeff's Place. This is a creation of our collective minds, if you will, because you've all entered a virtual coffee house where we're live. This is like a micro mini live Earth all the time, where everyone who's coming here is coming from different places around the world, both to perform and to watch and to listen and to connect. And what's truly magical is when you take a seat here. I always tell the artists to imagine you're walking into a coffee house called Jeff's Place, and that the stage you have to perform on is a small stage. Behind you is a 4-track mixer. There's a microphone in front of you. There's room for a guitar or a piano. The spotlight sometimes works, and in front of you are 50 wooden chairs, almost comfortable. And basically what's magical, though, is everybody who sits down has a front row seat. And this is what's been co-created by everyone who's here right now. And I call this raw live music. It's music in its purest form. We may not be perfect, but we're perfectly real. And I thank all of you for being part of this experience. I do have to give a shout out to my sister Lauren and Harry for producing the show. To all the artists that have been here, that will be here too. This is a dream. And through all this pandemic, being able to bring the world together and to appreciate life and to appreciate the magic that's shared and captured by the words and the song is beyond words. So I thank all of you for being part of this experience. I am grateful to all the artists. And this is just my very long-winded way of introducing Wes and Victoria. I am fans of their music, of the harmonica, of the songs, of the stories, and really it's a collective effort. And so I'm handing the stage over to you. And by the way, your friend Paul is in the house. I see Paul Williams. I'm giving a shout out. It's been a while, Paul. Much gratitude and love to you. One day I would love to have you as a guest, not putting you on the spot or anything, just saying hello, wishing you a happy Thanksgiving. And Wes and Victoria, how are you doing today? And you've been here all day. How are you holding up?
Doing great, man. It's been wonderful. And I feel like I've been to a 12-step meeting.
Well, if you notice how I curated the show, the beginning part was didn't realize that in the beginning, but it all worked out, and then I curated the music to sort of blend into what you do. So yeah.
Well, thank you for orchestrating all that. I mean, the people have been spectacular. And before we start, I specifically want to thank David for all he's doing to help people, and Rosie. I know she's probably gone, but she was eloquent speaking about her journey, and it's just important that people know if they've got that hill to climb, that they don't climb it alone.
Right. No one is alone here. No one has to be alone.
Yeah.
Well, what are we going to be? So I should ask. I ask each of the artists, who are your influences, and what will we be hearing tonight?
Well, we got to start with my obvious influence, one of my dearest friends in the world, Paul.
Fair enough.
And I come from songwriting wise, I come from the storyteller folk tradition. Dylan, Townes Van Zandt, who we had the privilege of sharing a stage with at one time. Donovan was mentioned earlier. We opened a show for him some years back. Just that storytelling tradition, that Neil Young, Dylan, Chris Christopherson, another great wordsmith. We come from there, and Victoria's harmonica has been actually most influenced by a violin player who played on a record that Bob Dylan made named Desire, and a woman named Scarlett Rivera played violin, and she really picked up her original harmonica style more from listening to the violin lines. Wow. And if you have that backstory, you'll hear that now when you hear her play. So that's where we come from. Where we're headed remains to be seen.
Well, thank you for being here tonight. I'm listening in awe, and look forward to taking it all in.
Oh, thanks, man. We're really privileged to be here, and it's wonderful to know you and Team Pulver.
Thank you.
So we're going to get started with a classic American folk song by Victoria on harmonica. Can't even find attribution as to who wrote this, and there's hundreds of versions. And now you're going to hear Victoria's, and then we're going to go into a song of ours called "Hard Thing to Kill," which I've got so many people online here tonight, and I want to send it out to all of them, but I especially want to send this to a young man named Robbie Hooker, who's struggling to deal with some cancer. And because the song is about your spirit being a hard thing to kill, we want to send an extra shot of a blessing out his direction, and would appreciate that from anybody online. And that's for Beth and Harry. All right, kiddo. Now the sun brings a new day, all its distraction. Lord, you find out your words, they mean less than your actions. You swim against a tide that is not of your will, and you find out your spirit's hard thing to kill. Now it seems like your mind just gets broken in two, Lord, your highs and your lows, they'll distort what feels true. You know that there's holes in this world you can't fill, but you find out your spirit's hard thing to kill. Now hopes come and go, but your spirit remains. Lord, you're driven by dreams that don't even have names. Regrets and old sorrow that haunted your years, they get healed by the love of your spirit's sweet tears. Now your story gets told and your prayers, they're all said, but your soul's so much bigger than what's in your head. So we sit at life's table and life brings the bill. Lord, we pay with that spirit that life just can't kill. Forgiving yourself, man, that's part of this deal. When you find out your spirit's a hard thing to kill.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. I don't have a better word than wow, but awesome, special, like magical. You guys are just magical.
Thank you so much. You know, it's a real gift, and the timing of Thanksgiving's perfect. We're big on the giving part of Thanksgiving, you know, and both Vic and I feel that gratitude is best expressed as action.
Sure.
And so our music is a form of us just demonstrating our gratitude, just a heck for still getting to be here and do it, and the opportunity to be part of this global coffee house.
That's true.
Thank you.
So this next song, you know, in true coffee house fashion, and you can't see it here on this image, but we actually have a dog curled up at our feet, so we really got the coffee house thing going.
Awesome.
In true coffee house fashion, you know, when you're doing open mics or coffee houses or those songwriter, you know, song swaps that are so prevalent in Nashville, you always bring something you haven't played.
Right.
And so a couple of days ago, I had picked up my guitar and I'd started to play the song I'm about to play, which I have not played in, I can't remember when. Okay. And Vic is like, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to play? Let's figure out what we're going to play. She goes, you know the song we should play? This song, which she has not mentioned by name in God knows how long. Ages. Okay. So Kismet, we're going to do this. And because so many guests have been talking about what's gone on in America in the past, 4 years really, but 30 days, the previous 4 years have been an extension of our darkest side. That's my opinion, don't have to agree. But this song kind of touches on the need for unity. And I'll just play it. It's in the key of E, for those of you following along at home. Hello, my beauty, here you've been hurting. Here you've been pulled to the left and the right. Everyone's certain they got all your answers. All we've seen so far is a hell of a fight. Past is the past, but it's tied to the future. Future, it's present, just one day away. We may disagree, but there's one thing that's certain. The The life that we're living is all gonna change. Now the daughters of daughters and sons of the fathers take up the causes, fly all the flags. Each generation offers up children to go fight its battles, then come home in bags. Past, it's the past, but it's tied to the future. Future, it's present, just one day away. We may disagree, Lord, there's one thing that's certain. The life we've been living, it's all gonna change. Now we still need some place for the dreams and the dreamers, the ones with the vision to dream the new deals. It's always the few that will dream for the many. It's always the many that make those dreams real. Hello, my beauty, time to start healing. Make the hard choices, lean into the pain. This ain't the first time, won't be the last time. It's surely our time to deal with this change. The past, it's the past, but it's tied to the future. Future is present, just one day away. May disagree, Lord, there's one thing for certain. The life that we're living, it's all gonna change. Life that we're living, it's all already changed.
Wow.
Thank you.
That was great. That was truly great.
Thank you. In true coffee house fashion, we have
yes.
forever.
Thank you.
So you have to just fling them out at the world and stick and just kind of fall off the virtual wall. So since Paul's on, I got to do this song. We'll do a little up tempo. I get to introduce a few more people on this call as a result of this song and tell a quick story. And this is for all you young songwriters out there, you know, trying to find a spot, you know. So I'm working on a project out of Memphis, Tennessee, and I'm writing a bunch of songs. I've written some songs for it, co-written more songs with a wonderful writer named Gary Bolin, and tossing in some help on some production with the two principal producers of this record is a gentleman named Richard Bolin and a guy named Boo Mitchell, whose daddy was Willie Mitchell, who produced all the Al Green records. And it's being recorded at Royal Studios, which is a famous, you know, if you want the Stax and the Memphis sound, this is the home of it, okay? Now, the version I'm going to do is very sort of country rock folk, because that's what I do. The version that's going to be coming out the better part of a year from now is got a lot more Memphis in it, okay? But this song, the quick setup for this song, I don't want to talk my whole set away, and I'm perfectly capable of that, is I co-wrote this song with Paul Williams, and I want to play it because he's on the Zoom today. And so, but the story behind it's really beautiful, and the truncated, really brief version of the story is I showed up at his house at his invitation to write, which was wonderful and a little bit daunting, being the unknown, you know, let's just say anonymity, which I know all about from the 12-step world. I've taken it to extremes when it comes to my career. But so I show up to write with Paul, and he greets me at the door, and he's like, "Hey, great news, Sting. I just got off the phone with Sting." And I'm like, "Well, you know, as you do." And so he says, I'm in the Songwriter Hall of Fame. And I'm like, "Oh my God, that's fantastic, Paul." Oh, I mean, I love this man so much, and he's such a brother to me. And it was just pure joy for me to hear that. And I'm going to go write songs with this guy now. And so he knew this. I mean, he's a smart an intuitive human. So he hauls me into his living room and he sits me down before we get ready to write. And he pulls out a little leather-bound book and he says, hey, turn back a page or two and look at the names on this book. And I look and there's a date and it says Carole King at the top of the page. And there's a song written in there. And then I turn back a few more pages and there's a name. It says Burt Bacharach. And I see a song written in there. And then he says, now turn to the most current page. And I turn to the current page and my name is written in the upper left-hand corner.
Wow.
And he looks at me and he knew what I was thinking. And he's, this is the generosity of spirit that I think what your efforts are trying to provoke. And this is an example of that generosity of spirit. And Paul looked at me and he said, your name's in the book because it belongs in the book. Let's go write a song. Can't get more welcoming into the opportunity to write with somebody than that. So I want to tell all the writers and all the creatives and anybody doing anything, when you find yourself in the room, you're in the room because you're supposed to be there. So be all the way in the room. Just be all the way in. And we find it's best to make our mistakes at full speed, which we will probably do on this song. But this song is going to come out. It's got some wonderful people working on it, and it's called Brand New Heart. Whew, worn out from talking. Now I got to sing. Always been a loner, though I've had my fun. I never said I love you, never found a one. Wasn't even looking, you snuck up on me fast. I knew when I first held you, I'd found love at last. I got a brand new heart, never been broken, full of I love yous, never been spoken. We're dreaming lovers' dreams, making them all come true. I got a brand new heart, and I've been saving it for you. Had a reputation, yes you did, for quickly moving on. Yes, you'd love them and you leave them before they know you're gone. I somehow get the feeling your rambling days are through. It happens when you touch me, I feel that change in you. Yeah, you got a brand new heart, never been broken, full of I love yous, never been spoken. We're dreaming lovers' dreams, we're making them all come true. I got a brand new heart, and I've been saving it for you. Now love's an invitation to start your life again, a perfect celebration that doesn't have to end. I got a brand new heart, never been broken, full of I love yous that never been spoken. We're dreaming lovers' dreams, we're making them all come true. I got a brand new heart, and I've been saving it for you. I got a brand new heart, and I've been saving it for you.
Wow. Wow.
Salute, my amigo, Mr. Pablo, out there in Cyberville. Okay, now let's get really weird on you. No, this is key of voice. You're gonna play in the key of voice because you're gonna help me sing on this one.
Right,
I'm just being a smart ass, better than the alternative.
Yeah.
Okay, so years ago, and I'm teaching for you and Team Pulver and Pulver EDU. And one of the parts of the origin story of what I'm going to be teaching comes from the years I was apprenticed to these native elders. And I did a ceremony called a Sundance, which is not a film festival. It's where you dance and pray for others for 3 to 4 days with no food or water, and your concentration of your intent is entirely on the healing of them and the world in general. Very powerful, and I was very privileged to be from outside this culture, invited in to become part of that culture to the degree that anybody could. That's probably the best way to say that. So when you do that ceremony, you get up and you sing the song, and they sing the sun into the sky every morning, and it's a beautiful way to greet the day, and you're also just so damn grateful you're still alive. And so this song I'm about to play for you is based on that sunrise song that's done at the beginning of that. This is done with the approval of the elders who taught me their ways. It's called What's in a Name. I pray to Creator, you pray to Father God. What's in a name? What's in a name? You obey commandments, I obey sacred law. What's in a name? What's in a name? Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. You seek pardon and confession. I sundanced for my sins. What's in a name? What's in a name? Your reward, it's life eternal. Mine is new life, death begins. What's in a name? What's in a name? Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. It's on earth as it's in heaven, as above as so below. What's in a name? What's in a name? I will pray you walk in beauty. Will you pray I do the same? What's in a name? What's in a name? Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. I cry for a vision, you cry at your wailing wall. What's in a name? What's in a name? Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. I pray to the Creator, you pray to Father God. What's in a name? What's in a name? Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way. 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 Hi-ya-ay-ya-ay-yo-way.
Wow. What's in a name? Wow.
Yeah, we got a lot more in common than we do have in separation, and just want to keep making music that points people towards that. What do you think? Do we got time for 2 more? I don't want to overstay our welcome.
Absolutely, take it. Yes.
I'm starting to suffer from harmonica withdrawals, so key of G. Okay. This next song I wrote for a dear friend of mine who he was kind of on the exit ramp, if you know what I mean, and we were talking about the way that you know, oftentimes we recognize ourselves and other people through struggle, you know, through a brokenness. We see ourselves reflected in others, and our empathy and our compassion goes out and it hooks to that. And from that common ground of shared suffering, we find a way to build something beautiful. And so I wrote a song that I'm about to play, and I did a little demo, sort of like recording on Zoom, just with a camera. And I got a call about, I don't know, a couple of years later. Somebody saw it on YouTube. A friend of mine saw it on YouTube, was working on a movie that Sony Pictures was going to release called Abel's Field. And the short story is about, I don't know, 5 months later, I was standing on a red carpet at Paramount Studios for the premiere of this movie that had my song in it.
Wow.
And not only did it have my song in it, but they liked the version, just the raw, sort of the coffee house version of the song that I had done so much that they literally just lifted the audio off the YouTube video and put it in the movie. They said they tried to record it with orchestras, and it just didn't have the feel. So it ends up being sort of the closing final scene of resolution. It's the song underneath that. And then I'm going to play it for you now. And I just love hearing Vic play harmonica on it. And it's called Broken Angels. To heaven, Lord, I took a look around. I was searching for perfection. I'll tell you what I found. Everywhere I looked, in everyone I saw, broken angels. Broken angels, broken angels. So I went down to a tavern just to see who I could find. I was searching out some companions who might help me through this time. And everywhere I looked, Lord, and everyone I saw, broken angels, broken angels, broken angels. And everybody learns to fall apart. The feathers fray, the wings they weaken. Lord, halos fade on broken angels. I looked in the mirror just to see who I could see, and I saw my own reflection. It was staring back at me. So I looked me in the eyes. That's when I learned how to forgive. Broken angels, broken angels, broken angels. Man, you look this life right in the eyes, and you gotta learn how to forgive. broken angels, broken angels, broken angels.
Wow. Yeah, I also had harmonica withdrawal, I have to say. It's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's magical too. It just brings you places.
Oh, thank you. Good places, we hope.
Yes, beautiful places, safe places.
Oh, safe places. That's the deal. You know, I think the most, you know, for all our ambitions, and here I'm waxing philosophical, but, you know, I do that. Wax on, wax off. You know, I think one of the most noble things anybody can be in life is a safe place.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we're going to end up, and I think it's kind of, this last song is it's a song called Liberty, and it's taking it's got some cool harmonica. Don't worry. Huh?
I can do gravity.
You want to do? We have to. You got to ask the boss man if we got time.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're going to end with Liberty then. So we're going to do this other song first.
I really had it set.
Okay. Well, you know, look,
I
Victoria.
know how it goes. Just do it. Go
Victoria
for
and I have been together a long time, and one thing I have learned in life is don't piss off the harmonica player. It's in the key of A. I know everybody at home is fascinated with knowing what key these songs are in. I'm also playing in an open G tuning if you want all that detail. Real quick story on this. I was staying up late listening to the late, great Art Bell doing his overnight coast-to-coast crazy radio ramblings. And this guy comes on and he's proposing that he's this physicist and he's got this theory that there is no gravity, which I'm sure Hawking and Einstein and all those guys would really be thrilled to hear. And he comes on and he's saying, yeah, there is no gravity. And his theory was we're all just falling through space at different speeds. Oh, and the songwriter in me went, there we go. I am going for that one. So that is where this song, that's where it came from. But it's really, like so much of the program today, it's really rooted in a spiritual sense that we may all right now during this crazy time be falling through space at different speeds, but wherever we're falling to, you know, there's a soft landing underneath it, and there's something there that's holding us up, so we're not falling maybe as fast as we think we are. And that's what this song is. So here we go, No Gravity, for the harmonica player. There is no gravity. We all just fall through space at different speeds. There's no destiny. We just drift along from need to need. There's a spirit underneath it all. It gives us wings whenever we all fall into the mystery. Lord, there's no gravity. There's no coincidence. There's only rendezvous with incidents. And your inheritance, that's learning choices, they're not accidents. And finding faith in something we can't see. Well, that's the price we pay for falling free, 'cause there's no gravity. There's no gravity. must be a reason why that we're still here when we could fly. Yes, there must be something more to give, little bigger way to live, a clearer way to see. Oh, there is no gravity. We all just fall through space. We all just fall through space. We all just fall through space, you know. We all just fall 'cause there's no gravity. Lord, there's no gravity. There is no gravity. We all just fall through space at different speeds.
Wow. It's just beautiful.
Thank you. If you're feeling lightheaded, maybe that's why.
Yeah, it almost brings you into a trance. It's
Your speed of falling through space has just been readjusted. That's what's
exactly.
Okay, key of D. We'll close with this song. It's a song about a journey, and many of the people. A shout out to my friend who is literally a national treasure in the country of Croatia, Ksenia. And everybody, so many people have showed up for us today on this, and it'd take me the next 15 minutes to read all the names. I just want to say thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And many of you will see yourself in this journey, I hope, if I've done my job. And with that, I'll play the song. Now I heard of a woman, her name it was Liberty. I wondered if she was real. When I was a kid, I heard stories about her. I wondered how her love might feel. Well, I heard that her beauty was worth more than any one man was prepared to defend. And I wondered if I could ever grow up to be worthy of liberty's hand. Now time it went by, I forgot all about her, and I wandered and rambled through years. Well, I spent my youth in a selfish rebellion. Instead of my freedom, found fear. Then I turned alone into some kind of lonely that nothing and no one could touch. And I found out that nothing means more than just empty, and nothing hurts you so much. Well, now it wasn't easy, but somehow I managed to lose any hope that I had. I don't know why, but before things get better, sometimes they just have to get bad. And just when I finally gave up on everything, I saw sweet Liberty's face. Who'd ever dream I'd meet her at that very dark bottom of my fall from grace? So I stood before her in broken humility, so ashamed of what I had become. But she didn't turn away, she only held me. Suddenly, I felt so young. I asked her if I could stay with her, even though I felt quite sure she'd refuse. But she only said, in the kindest of whispers, we all get the life that we choose. So if you see Liberty, please tell her I love her, 'cause I'm still out here on the road. And I do believe she's the fairest of beauties, and many a soul have I told. Stories of my journey down into darkness, and all I just had to lose, so I could get to that place where I finally let liberty teach me to choose. All right, kid.
Wow.
Thank you. That's Victoria. I'm Wes. I write this stuff. And
But we have a request for an encore from your friends Richard and Maxine for Billy Saigon.
oh my goodness,
Okay, suck it up for this one.
I gotta suck it up for this one. Okay, well, all right. So I got a
story.
There is a story. Of course, there's a story.
Of course there is.
Story to everything. Some better left untold, but back in San Antonio, Texas, when I was coming up, I delivered freight for a while for a living because, you know, that's what musicians do when they don't have enough gigs. They find things to do to keep the roof over their head. There were these two guys on the loading dock every Friday afternoon. They had served in Vietnam and they'd been about 40 kilometers apart and never met, but they met at this freight dock. And every Friday at about 4:30, they'd sit on this freight dock and ice cold beers would come out and the storytelling would start. And I was just this kid and I'd sit there and I'd listen to all these stories and they would tell exactly the same stories in exactly the same way with exactly the same phrasing. Every Friday, I got to where I knew right when they were going to say, and then, okay. And so this really struck me, this brotherhood forged in trauma and trial and combat. And the other part of this song is a guy that used to live, he lived by this guy named Lyle. Lyle, man. Lyle was cool. Yes. But Lyle was a former sergeant and he served in Vietnam and a lot of trauma had happened to him. And he decided to adopt Victoria and I, and he was our protector, and nobody could come by this little house we lived in San Antonio without getting past Lyle first. And like one night at 2 a.m, my brother knocks on the door of my house because he's going to surprise Big Brother. And before I can answer the door, he hears this little behind him, and he turns around, and Lyle's got a .45 service automatic pointed at him. My brother's going, I'm Wes's brother. And all Lyle said is, you better be. And Lyle was amazing, and one of the things that Lyle did is
this is an extraordinary.
This is an extraordinary story. Lyle was the last of his platoon was in critical care at a place in San Antonio called Wilford Hall, and this meant they were terminal. They were not going to make it. And Lyle had hair much longer than mine, and loved his long hair. And one day Lyle came in with a buzz cut hairdo, and then Lyle and his VW microbus, think 1968 but without the peace signs on it, had disappeared. And Lyle came back about 10 days later, and we got the whole story. Lyle had cut his hair, gone and got a cleric's costume from a Halloween costume shop, walked into Wilford Hall and checked out all his guys on a pass and driven them 150 miles down to the Texas Gulf Coast, where he took them swimming and partying on the beach.
Oh, wow.
Because within 6 months, every one of these guys was gone. That was Lyle.
Yeah, tell him about the guy that was.
Well, okay, I wasn't going to throw this part in.
It's
tasteless, but I'll throw it in, and then I'll play the song.
passion.
But it shows you the sense of humor of these guys. So one of the guys was a
No arms and legs.
no arms and legs. And they put him in his wheelchair, and they tied all these ropes and harnesses around his wheelchair, and they'd run it out to the end of the dock, and then they just push it off the dock. And they just pushed this guy off the dock into the Gulf of Mexico. And then they pull his rope up so he wasn't underwater, and he would come up going, "Awesome, do it again." And he would say, "You know, Sarge, this is the first time we've ever been on a beach together where nobody was trying to kill us." It was just a very moving story. And so the song Billy Saigon blended together those stories and one other story, which will become apparent when I play the song. And the last little piece of the story is a few years back, I get this email saying, "We'd like to put your song in a Vietnam-themed compilation." And the artists in this compilation that we have the rights to put their songs in are songs by Bob Dylan and John Lennon and Bruce Springsteen and Pete Seeger and many of the people that got mentioned on your show today. Yeah. And I thought it was a prank, but it turned out to actually be real. So if you ever find a big compilation box set out of Bear Records in Germany called Next Stop Vietnam from the Country Joe and the Fish song, you'll find me on disc 11, I think, right next to The Boss.
Wow.
And without any further ado, I will see if I can get through this song. Thank you. I need the cheerleading. This one's, thanks, Richard. Back in 1968, war was in the air. Flowers all had power. Kids all swore they cared. Billy's lucky number came up in the lottery. Won himself an all-expense paid trip across the sea to Vietnam from Uncle Sam. Why, thank you, ma'am. Now on his tour of duty, Billy met a Saigon whore. Billy got her pregnant. She gave him a baby boy. But Billy had a girl back home and he'd asked for her hand. Little Asian babies weren't a part of Billy's plan. Yeah, Billy left them both for dead like they were Viet Cong. Billy came back to the world, he found his girl was gone. To make her stand against Vietnam and Uncle Sam. Well, years went by and Billy tried to put that past behind. Sometimes at night he'd swear he dreamed he heard a baby cry. Billy sat up sweating and he'd stare into the night, looking for some shadow moving like a firefight. So Billy went to Washington and he stood there at that wall and he cried for every name of every brother he'd watched fall. And as he stood there looking, two names he couldn't find. Name of that young Saigon girl and kid he'd left behind. 'Cause Billy left them both for dead like they were Viet Cong. And Billy came back from the world and found out he'd been wrong. About Vietnam, about Uncle Sam, about lots of things. Well, he dug up some old photos, bought a ticket for a plane, headed for that city that they now call Ho Chi Minh. And Billy, he spent a month or so just chasing after ghosts. He found out that his memory still guarded its post. his last night there in Ho Chi Minh. He went out for a walk. He saw a woman and a young man in a restaurant. Now Billy recognized her even after all the years. So he prayed to a God he damned to help him with his fear. 'Cause Billy had left them both for dead like they were Viet Cong. And Billy came back from the world, he found them in Saigon, in Vietnam. Now Billy looked straight at her as he walked into the room. She wouldn't look at Billy, she just swept up with her broom. The young man said to Billy, he said, "Hey there, Uncle Sam, I'm sorry, but it's closing time. You need some help, American." Billy fought to find the words his feelings couldn't show. He looked at that woman, but her eyes just told him no. Young man said to Billy, as Billy started for the door, he said, "Hey, my dad was American, but he died in a war." 'Cause she had left Billy for dead like he'd been Viet Cong. She'd raised her son up to be honest, to be strong. In Vietnam, no Uncle Sam, no thank you, man. Billy took a look at her before he walked away. Could have sworn he saw the smallest tear run down her face. Billy knew that there was no way that he could repay. And Billy knew her secret, it was too sacred to betray. So Billy took this medal out that he'd won for the war. He rubbed it on his sleeve one time, then he gave it to that boy. He said, "I knew your father, son, when he was just your age. This was his, and now it's yours." Then Billy walked away. 'Cause Billy left that past for dead like it was Viet Cong. Billy got back to his life to make right everything that was wrong. About Vietnam, about Uncle Sam, about lots of things. That's the Ballad of Billy Saigon.
Oh my God! Wow. Lauren, can you open up Paul's microphone? We were talking about Paul the whole afternoon. I figured he could say hello. Oh my God. Well, I think I got to keep that composure, Wes. Oh my God, what a powerful song! It's like my Alice's restaurant.
Yeah, it's kind of got that storytelling. You know?
Oh my God. Could you, if you want to be unmuted? I don't know if you would like to say. Yes. I don't know how to unmute. All I can do is ask to unmute. Maybe it's space bar. How do you do it, Lauren? Are you muted too, Lauren?
The space bar could help.
Paul, I just wanted. I don't know.
It says ask to unmute.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I think I just got unmuted.
Hello.
Jeff, what a wonderful thing to be doing. As Wes pointed out, I mean, this is just a gift, and there's so much good music, and then tucked in amongst that is something like Billy Saigon, you know. And Wes and Victoria and I and Richard and Max, there's so many people on here, Joseph, that we know each other from another outside issue. I'm wearing my Half Measures Availed As Nothing t-shirt, which will mean something to some of you. But we've known each other for so long, and I'll tell you, there's something that has changed in my hearing, because I've heard some of these songs, and I've heard Billy Saigon before, but I never heard Billy Saigon. And I don't know if it's a matter of, you know, we kind of get caught by our own egos and we're listening through that, or what it is, or the world is jabbering at us, whatever. But when I sat here and listened to Billy Saigon just now, I think it's one of the most brilliant songs and one of the most amazing, accurate stories I've ever heard in a song. And I think it's a song that belongs to everybody that went to Vietnam. I got under 100 pounds to not go to Vietnam. They said I was going to be a tunnel rat if I went over there, and I went, oh my God, what are the minimums? They said 5'2" and 100 pounds, and I said, Jesus, I know they said 5 foot and 100 pounds. I thought just under 5'2" I was going to make it out. But I have to tell you, that's magnificent. Wes and Victoria, it's spectacular. And Wes and I have a connection that, as I say, in this other world, this magnificent healing organization that has helped us put our lives back together. And the essence of what I've got from Wes for the last 29 years, 30 for me, 29 years for Wes, is every other thing that he says about God and giving and that elegance of kindness. I give him credit about 3 times and then I use it, because what pours out of his soul is a unique guidance that just doesn't have a bit of authority to it, because it is all just that heart. There's none of that. There's not a preaching element in anything I've ever heard him say. So congratulations to everybody here. And as incidentally, all those names in the book that I showed, says a lot that I showed the book to Wes 29 years ago or whatever. But most of the songs in that book were not recorded, but with the fact that back then we wrote a song that just got recorded is because he went on and did the work. So he's a pretty good publisher too. Anyway, God bless all of you, and thank God for music.
Thank God for music is right. Well, thank you, Paul. And Wes and Victoria, thank you so much. We have one final guest for today's show who's waiting in the wings, who has a special story. And I'm going to head it over to him, because I could talk to you guys all night long.
Well, we'll do it again sometime.
And I thank all your friends for coming in. And please, if you can, stay. Chris is a special person. He's a beautiful soul filled with music and story. And he asked to play last. So he got his wish. We ran a few minutes late. I'm sorry, Chris, but
it's all good.
Grateful to have you here as a guest. Could you introduce yourself and share a little bit about your story so people here know a little bit about you, please?
Sure. First of all, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can be a little bit louder, but we hear you.
All right. Hold on one second. I got an actual setup here that's the last time I didn't have anything, and now
you're good. Your audio's good.
Decided to plug in things. So really grateful to be here. Thank you for hanging out. If you're still here, if you decided to not hang out, it's okay. I love you too. Don't worry about it. It's all right. Power of music is you communicate with people no matter whether they're present or not. So just grateful to have this opportunity. And I got a couple songs for you. Been a singer since I was 4. Been writing songs since I was in college, and been pursuing music since I had a crazy group of friends to surround me after college and say, if you don't pursue music seriously, we're not gonna talk to you again. So I said, okay, well, I like having my friends, so I guess I'll take their advice and pursue music. I don't know. All I can say is I'm grateful to be here, and I'll do my best. And thank you all for having me.
Thank you.
Start with a song that's about how being different is the best part of being human, and it's something that I've sort of lived by, and I hope you like it. The song is called Only Human. I tried to do it last week and I got a little nervous, or last time I got a little nervous. This time I think I got my stuff together, but I was a little inspired by Wes and Victoria to give this one a shot, because we make our mistakes quick, fast, and easy, don't we? Anyway, I'm gonna stop stalling now and sing a song for you before you run away. You hear the guitar okay?
Yeah.
Something feels just a little bit off. I am what the others are not. I thought for sure there'd be more of me. There must be some mistake. Now I feel odd. Can't stop myself from shaking. I'm hyperventilating. Won't someone make it stop? I can't be myself all by myself, 'cause I am only human. I can't be expected to survive this. I am only human, only human. On the floor in a heaping mess, I can tell you are not impressed. Unless I can keep this from eating me, it's best you stay away. I'm not righteous. Can't stop myself from shaking. I'm just about to break in. I'm not gonna make it, 'cause I can't be myself all by myself, 'cause I am only human. I can't be expected to survive this. I am only human, only human. Tell me, what did you expect? I am under the effect of a race you call perfection. If you'd only give me time, then I could have kept my mind. Here's some madness you can chew on. Utter loneliness is something we cannot avoid. We all have no choice. We say, I can't be myself all by myself, 'cause I am only human. I can't be expected to survive this. I am only human. Oh, I can't be myself all by myself, 'cause I am only human. I can't be expected to survive this. I am only human, only human. Hey.
Wow.
Got through that one without falling apart.
You
That's
did.
good news.
You did.
Truly appreciate you sticking around and listening. Especially Wes and Victoria. You guys should know you're the reason that I played that song. So I was like, I don't know if I can get through it and remember all the words, but I heard what you said and I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Thank you for playing.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, as always. This next song is my story in about 3 minutes. It's a lot easier for people to hear stories in songs sometimes, as we all know, and rather than ramble on about the things that I've gone through, just I'd rather sing about it. So this song is called Affliction. I'll share a little songwriting story around this tune. When I first began pursuing music, this is a song that I didn't want anyone else to hear, because I thought it was too personal. And because when you're in the early stages of putting words together and song, you have or at least I did, had a superficial understanding of what made good music and how to reach people, and the definition of pop and the definition of country and the definition of blues. And I just thought that a song like this was just too personal for people to hear. And I was really fortunate, or unfortunate, depending on who you are, but in my case, fortunate, that the studio that I was working at the time, the producer of my first, what would wind up being my first album, also ran the studio and the label, and he happened to walk by a slightly cracked door when I was playing the song, and he said, "What is this? What's this one you're playing?" And I said, "Oh no, it's nothing. It's not important. It's this new thing I'm working on." And he said, "No, I really want you to play it for me." And I said, "I don't know. I don't think it's good. It's not a good fit for the rest of the tunes." And he said, "Listen, you're gonna play that song, or you don't get a record at all." And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I guess I should play the song." And it wound up being the song that gave me a little bit of a leg up, and gave me the opportunity to travel a little bit and play a little bit and hang out with people that are just way cooler than me. And I was just glad to be in the musical cloud with them. But as Wes and Victoria shared, you're here because you belong here, right? So here's the song. It's called Affliction. One day long ago, Mama picked me up from school. She said, "Son, won't you tell me what's bothering you?" I said, "No, Mama, no. Won't you leave me be?" She said, "Son, you know better than to lie to me. Didn't they hurt you, boy? No, 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 no. Didn't they curse you, boy? No, 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 no. Didn't they mock you, boy? No, 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 no. What's their problem then?" "Well, Mom, it's gotta be my affliction." Let's rewind the clock, maybe 8 months ago, when the tracks of my tears were begging for snow. My angel, oh my angel, what are you doing this for? She said, "I don't know, baby, I don't love you no more. It's the way you dress. Oh, why, oh, why? It's the way you dance. Oh, why, oh, why? It's the way you move. Oh, why? I've got to be though. Oh, yo, it's gotta be my affliction." Devil, you once told me you must stop this message, son. I said, "Didn't you hear say me, baby, change is gonna come. Now I will be the message my people need, you'll see. And I will give my broken brothers sanctuary, but they will hurt you, boy. I know, they'll condemn you, boy. I know, they may kill you, boy. I know, but I've gotta beat it though. Oh Lord, I've got to beat my affliction. Hey.
Wow.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That was the journey that started. I had written before that, but that was sort of the kick in the pants the universe gave me that said, you should really probably sing and write a little bit more often. So, and here we are. So, what shall I play next? How about some blues?
You can always do blues, yeah.
Cool. This song was another one that I was just like, man, I need to really just write this. I need to write the pain out of me, and just crumble up the sheet of paper, and set it on fire. And I did that, and I had a dear friend of mine named Andre, who's a phenomenal everything player. He's one of those people that can really play and do everything. Heard it, and he said, I want to record it. And so it's now out there for the world to hear, but it sounds like a really dark song, but I promise it has a happy ending, and that happy ending is release. The song is called Bullet. Baby, you are a bullet. Pull that hammer back and put you in my chest. You're so hard to remove, babe. Soul's under attack, my insides are a mess. I've been to a doctor and I've been to a priest. I've been to a seer just to give me peace. Taking every tonic and I said every prayer, looking for the truth, but the truth ain't there. It seems I have done all I can do. It seems you've done all you can do. Seems they've done all they can do. I'm dying with or without you. Da 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 da. With or without you. Yeah, baby, we are still smoking. You're still seeping through the hole you left in me. But I will never be unbroken. The chamber's empty, only God can set me free. I've been to a doctor, I've been to a priest, I've been to a seer, give me peace. Taking every tonic, said every prayer, looking for the truth. But the truth ain't there yet. Seems I've done all I can do. Seems you done all you can do. Seems they done all they can do. Seems God has done all he can do. I am dying You, yes, sir.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna. Seems to be a room full of risk takers. So, for for the final jam, I'm gonna play a tune that I have not played in some time, but this is just one of those let it all out nights, you know?
Yes.
And so why not? This one is called Pulse, and it's about how people just sometimes people just never leave us, whether we want them to or not. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe even the people that we don't want around have a reason for sticking around. It's our job to figure it out.
Yes.
And I didn't mention this for the people that didn't know this. I'm from the North Carolina area, the Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. I know we got people here from all over the place, and happy to be representing in my own little way. And the song is called Pulse. You should hear him talking like you're not around. They say that you're dancing somewhere underground, near a silly marble stone. I'm not a praying man, but I would not believe you would just cross over without telling me and leave me all alone. 'Cause you are the pulse inside my veins, the space inside my lungs, the rhythm in the dark, the beating of my heart, 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 heart. I'm holding on to hope, I'm holding on to lies, I hold on to anything that keeps us alive, but you would rather leave. Where your soul is going, I die to come along, making you there. My God, it feels so wrong. Let it be the death of me, 'cause you are the pulse inside my veins, the space inside my lungs, the rhythm in the dark. heart, heart. You promised me always. Now that you're lying, I am broken, I am hurt. Half of me trapped here on earth. 'Cause you are the pulse inside my veins, the space inside my lungs, the rhythm in the dark. The beating of my heart, heart, heart,
Wow. Wow. Chris, well done. Well done. Well,
Hey,
thank
thank
you
you.
for sharing your heart, your voice, your light with us today. Really, thank you.
No, thank you. It's so I've been honored to share this space with you, and hopefully I'll be given the space again in some capacity.
We
There's
will
my
definitely invite you back, not to worry.
shameless plug. But you have so much talent here, and you're all doing something so very, very, very necessary. For way more than the musicians themselves. We're in a time right now where we could really use sound to wrap people together in some capacity, whether it's literal or metaphoric, and now's the time to do it. There's got to be a way to hug people, and since we can't do it physically, why not do it with some do re mi? You know what I mean?
I feel those hugs from your music. Trust me.
Thank you.
I had to keep my composure on Affliction. I was in tears. Shot right through.
Man, that's the whenever stories translate, however they translate, if they translate, I think that's the best thing about music. This is the thing I'll say. And I'm, I write songs and I hang out at my house with my 2-year-old daughter and my my much better half. And do I wish I did music in a more consistent. I wish music was my full-time gig, but I'm in the exciting world of finance and insurance. But I do know that music, particularly during this time, has been really helpful, and I do know that the coolest thing about being a part of music in any way is. And writing a song in particular is that you get to, I think it's the one thing you can do where you get to hold on to it and give it away at the same time.
Absolutely. And the emotional elegance and it's magical. I just really appreciate the intimacy of the words and the feelings and the presence of everybody. And so you let your imagination go, and you're sitting right close listening to you play. It's pretty intense and beautiful, and just really. And I have to thank everyone here for holding on to that energy, for keeping it, for really helping us be present together. It's really special. So Chris, really thank you for coming here and being here, and we will invite you back. I want to thank everyone for being here today. It's been a long day, a beautiful day of music and stories and people. Wes and Victoria, thank you. Victoria, thank you for that harmonica. It was absolutely breathtaking, and I understand the need to hear it. It's so special, and Wes, your voice and the stories. I appreciate you could do days on storytelling, and you should, right? Because you got a lot of stories there. It's so special, so beautiful, and so wonderful. And so I thank you. And so I of course, I'll invite people back. There's no doubt. But as long as we can use our imagination and create this coffee house and grow it, if we want to grow it. I mean, it's funny. I have friends of mine that run record labels, and there's certain artists that wanted to have come, and he says, "Well, they can come, but you need to have more people in the audience." And I said, "Why?" And it's because they don't understand that it's sometimes they're people, they're number driven, but they're not driven by the emotional eloquence and the intensity and the magic. And so, okay, well, they'll come when they want to come. And for me, it's being able to hold that space, bring people together, and cross borders. It's like I remember blowing out my parents' stereo system during Live Aid. Literally, we had Dalquist. We had Dalquist. I spent the Saturday of Live Aid looking for new speakers because I blew them out because we were basically taking that concert live. And I somehow found the money to replace the speakers. My parents were away that weekend. But that was when music really came through me. I mean, I was DJing, I was doing all sorts of other stuff, but that music was just part of what I did. And here today, without talking about it too much, the fact that we could bring people together across boundaries, right? We're not raising money for charities and stuff, but we're bringing people together. Maybe it's a more sacred energy at some point, but we can actually, people float in here from Ireland, they float in here from across the states, and the guests too, and it's just really, really special. It's almost like science fiction. I can tell you from someone who helped contribute to the technology that we're using today. I never thought about the emotional intensity of what it could bring when it was people driven, not for business, but for love, and how beautiful it is to have a connected world. It's one of those benefits which we never spoke about, but being able to bring people together heart to heart across the world is just really special. And so I kind of took for granted the fact that we can have a global coffee house, that we can bring people from different places. As long as they can connect, they can be here and be present. And I kind of like that. So I'm grateful for this pandemic for that, because this technology existed a while ago, but it changed our minds in some ways to open us up to receive the love and to give the love. And I like that. And going into this Thanksgiving holiday, I really want to thank all of you. And my sister may give me crap sometimes, but I deserve it. And you're muted, Lauren, but it's okay. I know. But anyway, Lord, Harry too. You guys are great. Thank you. And if you have any friends that are musicians that like to come play on the stage, we have a website we set up only because it's hard to keep track of all the IOUs when people ping me. So it's called GraftonStreetTV.com, and it's named after Grafton Street in Ireland, in Dublin. It's just that I learned a long lesson a little while ago that if someone says, "Hey, I can do this, do that," if I don't get the details, I forget about it. So it's GraftonStreetTV.com. And if you like to learn or teach music or something you're passionate about, we started school. Classes start the first full week of December. Thank you, Wes, for teaching. And anyone else who wants to teach or to learn, it's Pulver Redo, but it's PulveRedu.com, and it's a place where passionate people meet inspired learners meet passionate teachers. And that's also like a global. It's like I was always thinking of this red schoolhouse, but the problem is that it's hyper local. It's not global, but I meant to be multi-generational teaching and learning. And so anyway, we're figuring out our identity, but we already have, I think, 57 or 59 classes planned for December, maybe more. So that's happening. So in the midst of the pandemic, there's life, there's growth on those branches. It's spring, not winter, despite what season we may be going into. And that's that love that brings us the connected energy that allows all of this to happen. Because at the end of the day, it's the positive side. It's the light that comes through the music that shines through the darkness, that provides hope and opportunity for all of us to be here. So I'm going to say thank you. I actually have a gig in Australia kicking off in less than 3 hours. A friend of mine who's based in Sydney put together a project called Letters from Postcards from Tomorrow. It's Postcards from Tomorrow, and it's it's a fundraiser for a women's shelter in Sydney, Australia, the only women's shelter in Sydney. And so it was a 1-year project, and it kicked off yesterday in Australia. So this is the follow up to it. So it's at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I think it's 1 in the afternoon in Sydney when it starts, but it's 3 hours from now. So we have to refresh and regroup for that. I don't know. I did it because I thought it was a wonderful cause to support a women's shelter in Sydney, Australia. And it's just a conversation with the people who put together this book to talk. It's this, the idea is that the shelter is 21 years old, and some very, very famous people and not so famous people wrote letters to their 21-year-old self. And so it's a book about reflection, about learning, about sharing and caring and loving. So that's and that show link is not this link. There's if you went to pulver.com and went to the Jeff Pulver show, which is sister show to this, usually anyway, that's at but Lauren, you can put the link in, I guess, if you want to. But anyway, it's in 3 hours, and it should be a nice conversation. It's a long-winded way of me saying thank you. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Wes, thank you for bringing your extended family here. And everyone who knows me, thank you for hanging out. It's really nice to see the names, the faces, and I'm gonna go, but really thank you for sharing your magic collectively. You guys are great, and we'll be back next week. Next week we're back. Yes, Lauren.